Good morning. This school board operational meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Dr. Osgood will have one of her schools introduced to lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. We have an honor this morning of having Horizon Elementary School under the leadership of Mr. Thaddeus Smith lead us in our pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Good morning, Horizon.
Good morning.
Can we stand, please?
Good morning. I'm Thaddeus Smith. I'm the proud principal here at Horizon Elementary School, and I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity of opening today's board meeting. This morning I have with me members of our safety patrol team, as well as members of our Horizon's Best Friends peer mentoring group. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our students who are going to lead us in the pledge this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a literacy-filled day.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. That was a great way to start the meeting. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment, at this time we respectfully request all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. Please step out of the boardroom if you need to answer your cell phone or make a call, as talking on your cell phone during this meeting is not permitted. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. September 17th, 2019, special expulsions added. August 20th, regular school board meeting added. August 27th, emergency school board meeting added.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. Any input? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, we have no additional changes to the agenda. I'm sorry, for the, do we do
Yes,
this?
we do.
I'm sorry, I thought we did the expulsions. Good.
No.
All right, so,
Heather, I'm on the phone.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman.
all right. So we have the following proposed changes to today's school board operational meeting. Minutes, September 17, 2019, special expulsions added. August 20, 2019, regular school board meeting added. August 27th, emergency school board meeting added as well. Speakers, Ebony Wilson added. School board agenda items G3, personnel recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2019-2020 school year, second revision. EE3, recommendation to approve first renewal and additional spending authority, gym equipment, revised. EE5, direct negotiation recommendation, $500,000 or greater, fiscal year 2020, for library, textbook, and resource management software, revised. EE9, recommendation of $500,000 or greater for the purchase, repair of new, used, reconditioned golf carts, revised. HH1, employment agreements for Assistant General Counsel Maya Moore and Administrative Counsel Andrew Caribas, added. And I2, administrative complaint, Mary Catherine Bird, has been withdrawn. Madam Chair, we have no additional proposed changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda?
Heather,
Yes.
could you make sure that if you received any yellow items that someone's going to email them to me, you know, the ones you find on your desk when you get there? Because I wasn't sure which revisions he was speaking to.
Dr. Neesmith?
Or do I have all the ones he spoke to?
Good morning. Leo Neesmith, Director of District Administrative Services. Ms. Brinkworth, I believe her secretary was given a copy and on the credenza on the 14th floor.
Okay, Ms. Bartleman, did you hear that?
Yeah, but when was the copy provided to her? Because it was last night. I didn't get it because I'm here.
A copy was provided this morning as well as the other day, and her
Okay,
secretary.
can you please just email them to make sure that I have the right ones? Thank you.
Can you follow up, please? Thank you. Let's try this one more time. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say
Aye.
no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single-letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single-letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double-letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? G3 is automatically pulled. Are there any other G items a board member would like to discuss? Ms. Levinson?
GG6, please.
G6?
Excuse me, G6.
G6 for Ms. Levinson? Yes. Ms. Korn?
G6 as well, please.
G6 for Ms. Korn. Ms. Rupert?
Yes, G6, please.
G6 for Ms. Rupert. Anyone else for G
Yes.
items? Ms. Bartleman?
The positive behavior analyst positions, those are part of G3, is that correct?
Ms. Bartleman, I'm sorry, I was unable to hear you.
The positive behavior support analyst, those are part of G3, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Alhadeff?
G3.
G3, yes, it's pulled as a matter of practice. Any E items?
Nope. Yes.
Yes, Ms. Korn?
E4, please.
4 for Ms. Korn. Anyone else for E items? F1?
I think I had that.
Yes, Ms. Rupert, F1?
Please. Yes, thank you.
Ms. Rupert for F1. Anyone else for F1? And I1? Anyone for I1? Yes, Ms. Rupert?
I1, please.
Okay,
No, I'm sorry. I1 is what I meant. Sorry,
okay.
I think.
Double check.
Double check. Sorry.
That's okay.
Nope. I.
Okay.
No I's.
Anyone
Thank
for I1? All right. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to an item that has not already been pulled for separate discussion? Okay, at this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Okay, the consent agenda is now approved. This is the time where the chair will ask board members which double letter items that you wish to be asking questions of. This will help manage staff's time. Let's go to the CC items. Any questions on the CC items?
Nope.
I think I have questions on the CC items. I have question on CC 2, 3, and 4. Anyone else with questions on the CC items? Okay, EE items? Yes, Ms. Korn?
EE 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, and 11.
That was EE 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, and 11 for Ms. Korn. Mrs. Alhadeff?
EE3, EE8, and EE9.
EE3, 8, and 9 for Mrs. Alhadeff. Ms. Levinson?
EE1, EE2 for comment, EE3, EE5, 7, 8, and 9.
For Ms. Levinson, EE 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. Ms. Murray, you had your hand up?
Yes, EE5.
EE 5 for Ms. Murray. Let me look really quickly. I have questions on EE 5. Anyone else for EE items? HH? Yes?
HH1,
HH1 for Mrs. Alhadeff. Anyone else for the HH item? Ms. Rupert, I believe you indicated you have a question on II1.
Yes.
Anyone else for II1? And JJ 1 and 2? Ms. Bartleman, did
Heather, I
you?
have II1 as well.
II1 for Ms. Bartleman? Okay. May the chair have a motion and a second to consider item G3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on G3? Seeing none, I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
thank you. Number 9, salary adjustments. Could you tell me the last time these two people were given an increase in their salary?
Actually, 3.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Number 9, salary adjustments. Can you tell me the last time these two people were given an increase in their salary?
Yes, ma'am. Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition and Operations, non-instructional. All ESMAB employees receive raises, increases in June of 2019.
And has the superintendent's evaluation been given for the 2018-2019 school year?
When we did the evaluation last, board, can you clarify what you're saying, Ms. Alhadeff?
Is the 2018-2019 evaluation for these two people, is it completed?
Okay.
in,
The
for the
evaluation
board
is
to
not
see?
completed because in order, once again, Alan Strauss, Chief HR Equity Officer, the evaluation for these employees are not finalized because the student growth scores have not been completed for our district.
And when will it be completed?
I believe we're expecting the student growth scores shortly in the next week or two.
So for me, I find it hard to give a salary adjustment, and I'd like to make a motion to take these two salary adjustments out of G3 and to be voted on separately.
Before we have a second to your motion, I would like to see if any of our colleagues have comments on the item as a whole before you make that motion to separate.
I
you
have
have
a
any-
whole.
Just a
for another
moment,
part.
just a moment, Ms. Bartleman, I'll call you up next. Did you have any additional comments on item G3?
Nope.
Okay. Ms. Bartleman, did you have comments on G3?
Yeah, I'll speak to the motion later, but the other comment I have is on the specialist positive behavior intervention. I didn't get their resumes, nor did I get the job descriptions. Are these people behavior analysts or certified behavior analysts? Because I tried looking them up and they're not in the database.
Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition and Operations, non-instructional. Ms. Bartleman, the resumes and applications, two ways to receive them. One, they were delivered to the board member's office as well as emailed as a part of your backup rationales and resumes.
Okay, so Eric, I have all of my pink and my originals here, and I have for the assistant principal, I have for task assignment, I have for Fabian, I have my original here as well, and I don't have them. They weren't stapled in my box, and I can show them to you. So how about if you answer my question, that are they certified behavior analysts, please?
Ms. Barterman, I'm not sure I exactly understand your question. And when you said are they certified behavior analysts?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not even familiar with that. I can share with you, maybe it'll be helpful if we make sure you have a copy of the job description, because the details of qualifications are there. And as a highlight, they needed to have a level of education, specifically either a bachelor's or higher, as well as having RTI experience and having behavior intervention experience, just as a summation to qualify for the job.
I thought we spoke about having somebody as a certified behavior therapist or an analyst or any kind of state certification in that regard when we discussed the job description. And so you're hiring all these people. We just had an issue with the union because we do have certified behavior analysts and going into classrooms because parents are hiring them outside to help their child per the IEP. Yet when you hire these specialist positive behavior interventionists, I didn't see any of them certified with it. And when we're talking about, we have serious issues with behaviors, and we hear all the time, teachers don't feel safe, we have children acting out, and someone with the certification has a level of specialty, yet I didn't see any of these people with that.
Ms. Myrick has a comment.
Thank you.
Ms. Bartleman, the individuals who are in the classroom that we received the email last week, I believe, from Ms. Fusco, are not certified behavior analysts. They're what they're called registered behavioral techs. So those people do not have the certification that you are looking for. So that's not the issue.
Correct, but they're monitored by certified behavior analysts. They serve under their certificate who designs the plan for them. And they do have that certification as technicians and serve under a certified behavior analyst. That's the law. So who monitors everything. But my point being is that they have that certification. And now we have people who, and I don't even, because the job descriptions were not in my box, I don't even know if any of them have a degree in applied behavior analysis, in emotional disturbance education, something that is heavy in applied behavior analysis. So I'm just concerned about we're hiring all of these positions, and we didn't think to hire one person as a certified behavior analyst.
Ms. Barterman, it may be helpful if I could, since you don't have the actual job description, just to share two elements. If they were required to have a bachelor's degree, it was specific to being those areas around behavioral health services, applied behavior analysis, or related field. But in most of these instances, we have qualified and hired people who have master's or higher degree, and that required them to even have the master's degree as well as work experience with behaviorally challenged and disorderly children or youth. So it was a combination of having the degree as well as having either 8 or 5 years of related experience where they've been proven to show that they can work with behaviorally challenged and disorderly children.
Okay, so Eric, I could have a master's degree in science education, and it has nothing to do with response to intervention, functional assessment of behavior. And I remember this discussion that we wanted to have certified, and I guess I thought we put that in the job description, and we may have put it as a preferred. And I'm just concerned. We have a huge issue with behaviors in the county. We hear it all the time from teachers. And so these are going to be your point people, yet we didn't hire anyone with a certification. Or even I don't understand why we aren't looking for that. I could have a master's in science and participated in RTI, but for years be on the RTI team. But that it doesn't take away from the science of applied behavior analysis, which registered certified behavior therapists have, which these people don't have. So I guess this is a moot point now, you hired them, but I'm trying to look up when we discussed this job description, because we did talk about wanting people with certifications. And so I find that, like, in the hiring pool, why that didn't happen, I don't know. And also, Eric, I have to say, I have all my box here in front of me laid out with pink and the G3 items, and not one of their resumes or job descriptions is in my box. So I'm going to give this to you when I get back to the board office, but I depend on everything in my box. And I know it's a lot to put together, so I just want to make sure I have everything. I'm going online right now, so I'll stop the discussion because I just think I just have an issue with this, but it's fine. I'll go on to the next point. Thank you.
Ms. Bartleman, I just wanted to let you know it's kind of difficult for us to hear. I have to listen really hard to be able to hear what you're saying. And I know that Dr. Hickman has come to the podium. He wanted to address your question, but I wanted to remind you that, like Mr. Chisholm said, that the resumes are received by the board members via email. They never have been in our boxes, and they are also available, according to Mr. Chisholm, on the credenza on the 14th floor.
I have the information about. Okay, all right, it's fine. I'll have to make sure I go to the 14th floor, or maybe they're just printed for me, because I have this stuff on other people.
Ms.
So,
Bartleman,
you have-
Eric Chisholm,
Like,
sorry.
I have Lillian Aguilar. I get her salary, I get her previous salary, I get her degrees, I get her certifications. I don't have those sheets. Those are the ones I depend on. I don't have those sheets for any of the behavior people.
Understood.
Ms. Bartleman, it may be helpful if you just take a look at my email Thursday, September 26th. It was sent at 4:17.
And can you, or Dr. Hickman, as the person who hired these people, can you explain why you weren't looking for that specialty? Or is it in the job description? Because the job description isn't there.
Mr. Hickman is coming to the podium.
Ms. Bartleman, Antoine Hickman, Chief of Student Support Initiatives and Recovery. The position itself does not require, nor is it preferred, that the participants or the candidates be board certified behavior analysts. That is a higher certification. Now, that would be something that we would look for more so if we were looking at our students with disabilities, but these positions are serving all students. They are going to be regional. This is a little different from students with autism. As we know, the board certified behavior analysts are pretty much the gold standard for working with that population. But that there were some people in the candidate pool who did have that certification. However, they did not meet the criteria.
Okay, so let me ask you something. First of all, if you're an applied behavior analyst, you can transfer that knowledge to all people, right?
I agree, yes.
You don't go to school just to work with autism.
Correct.
They go to work with anyone with severe behavior problems. You don't have to just work with someone with autism. As a matter of fact, it's behavior. So it could be someone who's in gen ed who would have the services of one of these people. So I just wanted to correct you.
Well, I agree with you that, I'm sorry. I agree that it's not just for.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. The board certified behavior analyst is not just to work with students with autism. However, I just said that that is pretty much a gold standard for working with that population. And yes, you're correct. Those skills would transfer over to all students to address behavioral needs.
So in this department, do you have anyone with a certification or a degree that mirrors, something that's heavy in applied behavior analysis?
Yes, we do. We do have several. I know of one that we do that has a BCBA.
Okay, so I guess, and I don't know any of these people, and I'm sure they're all sitting there wondering why I'm asking this.
Anymore?
When you pull people out of the classroom at the district level, and you're in charge of the behavior of the district, and we have issues with behavior, we get calls about it all the time, it's on the news, the teachers. I think it's really important, and I remember discussing these positions, and maybe it just didn't make it in about having some sort of criteria for this position, but it's not there, and I just hope that as you hire people in the future to deal with behavior issues, that you're going to look for someone with a gold seal, someone with a master's degree in that, and at least to provide that additional support. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Dr. Osgood?
I'm gonna wait.
Okay. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Yes, Ms. Levinson?
I'll wait to discuss the other portion that was mentioned previously, but I would like to talk about the positive behavior intervention specialist position. I have a problem with the range in salaries for the same job. We have 5 people coming in, 2 at the minimum, 1 at a moderate increase from the minimum, and 2 all the way on the other spectrum because of their previous job. Could you please explain why we do that and why there would be? I mean, we need to look, I think, at addressing that.
Thanks for the question, Ms. Levinson. On behalf of Rose Hall, we met closely about this, and we're very deliberate when we received this because there was a unique range of talent, years of experience that people had. And in 2 of the examples that you specifically make reference to where they're at the higher end, specifically those individuals did not even receive a salary increase. What we did was basically extended their calendar because they were going from a 216 to a 244 calendar. So very specific and very deliberate in those cases that their hourly rate did not increase. It was just the increase in the number of days that they were working. And you are correct, they ranged from making $64,000 to $109,000. We had 2 individuals that are coming in at $64,000. If you look at their experience, the qualification, as well as the increase that they received, it was specific to their experience, their qualification, and how they were evaluated based on the analysis. We had people who ranged, again, from 64 to 109. And if you look at what they were making prior to, as delineated on the board agenda item, you will see specifically how their increases were basically determined by compensation. And a full analysis was done simply because we actually have 8 individuals that were identified, and we are only bringing, because a few of them are from the outside, we did a full analysis to see how this would all pan out, being very deliberate in making sure we appreciate all the experience and qualifications. And you should know that there is an individual that we are withdrawing from the agenda item, as you see, specifically because they believe dollars that they're earning as a teacher would place them at a higher level, so they've decided to pull out specifically. So I can tell you it was very specific. We're very deliberate in our actions and analyzing this.
And I appreciate that that's the way that we have it right now, but I know I've mentioned to Mr. Strauss and to Mr. Runcie, and I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say as well, but I think that's something we have to look at. The range is way too wide for some of these positions that don't entail making that much. They're making more than their supervisors. That does not make sense in an organization, and just because you're in another job making X amount doesn't mean you move to a different position and make the same amount. It may be that this job is a different job than the job you were in. So, Mr. Runcie, I would ask that we take a look at that, and I don't know if we need to close some of these ranges. I don't know what's the best way to do it, but a job should not have a $42,000 discrepancy in one salary to another.
All right, we'll take it. Are these collective bargaining?
They are meet and confer as map.
They're meet and confer?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we'll take a look at that and modify the range.
Any additional comment? Yes, Ms. Korn?
The other thing, and I appreciate the calendar change in terms of the number, but what I would say to Ms. Levinson's point is that when you are changing a job, so this isn't just, in a couple of these cases, the job is very different, right? I mean, you're going from a school-based administrative job now to a district job in a very different department. To have an expectation that your salary is going to go up, if you're choosing that job and it has a longer calendar, then there is, for me at least, there should be some acknowledgement and acceptance of the fact that you're choosing that longer job. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get paid more. And so I think to the point that, yes, we do have this range and it does give you the capacity to be able to do that, and I appreciate the time that you put into it, and it certainly makes sense that you've brought it forward, that we as a board, I think, need to probably delve into it a little bit more going forward.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And even given your comment, Mr. Chisholm, with regard to an employee that, after looking at what the salary would be, decided that that would not be the option that that employee would take, I think that speaks to exactly the issue that my colleagues are raising. There shouldn't be an assumption that you're going to be getting an increase. You should be applying for a job because it's a job that you want, you know what the opportunity is, and if you choose to take that job, then you choose to take that job. And if you choose, like you indicated the teacher did, you decide that you don't want to do that because it's not the compensation that you need for your family or whatever the reason may be. But I do agree with my colleagues with regard to their comments on how we approach it and what we're going to do. So I don't know how that positions us for today's conversation because in light of
Yeah, I couldn't do anything different
Through the
today.
chair, I mean, not for today's, the jobs have already been offered to individuals, but if it's something perhaps that we need to workshop or have a discussion about, I think that that would be something that I would be looking to do.
Okay, the only thing that gives me pause is that Mr. Chisholm indicated that they have additional people that they've already spoken with, and I'm guessing they're probably in negotiations, so all 8 of these positions are, I'm gonna assume, be filled relatively shortly. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I'm actually going to have a general comment about this. I've noticed when you look at the positions that are coming, and most usually they come under task assignment, there seems to be a lack of consistency in how we treat those individuals. So I think that we, as a board, need to look through this and see if we need to actually tighten a policy or create a policy. For example, I'm going to use Judith Marte as an example. Hey, girls, good. So she took on extra work for us and did not take extra pay. Am I saying that people shouldn't get paid to do their extra stuff? No, but there seems to be an opportunity for a little bit of change here. On the list that we have today for task assignments under 9, we have Valerie Wanza, Maurice Woods, and Mr. Watkins.
Just a matter of correction, just one task assignment, and the other 2 are salary adjustments that are located under Section 9.
Okay.
There's a delineation.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
They're different.
Got it. Salary adjustments. Got it. And it's not exactly a tremendous jump, but I think we need to ask ourselves, and as a board, are we going to be paying people in a salary bump before they do the task or after they do the task? Dr. Wanza, the way that I'm reading this and supportive of, she's receiving a salary adjustment directly related to the operational realignment of PD under a single division during the 18-19 school year. She did a job, she did it well, absolutely deserves more money. We handled it that way. And then with Mr. Woods, it's asking for money before really he takes over those extra things. So there's a difference, do you know what I'm saying? So it shouldn't be different rules for different people. Everybody should have the same opportunity. So we need to ask ourselves, are we going to give them bumps when they're on the agenda to get task assigned? Or are we going to give them the bumps, like for Dr. Wanza, after the fact? So that's the question, because I can't support something that is unfair to other people at the same time, and I certainly can't support something that's rewarding to people that haven't actually done that job yet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Also, I had asked for a connection between the, what do you call it? I'm sorry. Council of Great City Schools audit and their recommendations aligning up with our organizational chart. I received, the actual audit, which is wonderful, and I went through it, but what I was actually looking for truly was a roadmap to, are we listening? When we ask for companies, third-party companies, to come in and do an audit of our particular department, do we pick and choose what we're going to address? Or do we, as a board, with Mr. Runcie, talk about, these are all their recommendations, how is Broward going to move forward? And I was kind of looking for that, all right, we're doing this in the org chart because A, even though they said permanently fill the chief facility officer position, we're going to have to do an executive one because of X, Y, and Z. I needed a little bit more of a nexus, if you can understand that.
I'm not familiar with the backup information you're speaking to, so is it?
You don't have that?
What you're referring to is the board response that was given back to you, I think, last week in regards to the Council of Great City Schools audit of our facilities.
Right.
And the connection between that, the recommendation was to hire a chief facilities officer, and as was noted in there, we have had that out since December of 2018.
Right.
And in looking at what has come into us in the recruitment, they specifically stated, you should get a high-flying, chief facilities. Through the recruitment over 7-8 months of it, there just has not been candidates shown that at all, and that's where the decision was to then, per the superintendent, per the memo that he put out, to move this under Mr. Woods' division, and then in lieu of the CFO was to hire an executive director for PPO.
Well, there was easily, 8 multi-part recommendations. And I think it would have been helpful to have that information that says of 8, we've discussed it in a workshop, and we're going to actually focus on 4 because that's what the superintendent is recommending. We as a board discussed it, and that's how it came, and then we're going to vote on it. But I don't really, when we had the Evergreen report, we all knew what the deficiencies were. It was easy to pull it up on your laptop and know that we were answering every single one of those in a timely manner and working on others. So it was easy for us to keep track. Well, if we do an audit and we don't actually discuss it as a board, I don't see how we're going to hold people to be accountable if we don't help frame that with the superintendent on why we went to Council of Great City Schools, which is awesome. I love them. And I totally support them coming in and doing audits of everything. However, I don't want it to be doing an audit to just do the audit. We have to decide if we're going to implement and do those changes. So that's where I am on G3. I wholeheartedly appreciate everybody's position, but I have a trouble voting for 2 different ways of handling the same situation, before and after. And for that, I won't be supporting this item.
Heather? Can you
Just
put
a
me on
moment.
the list? I found the
Yes.
job description.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Runcie, did you have a comment?
Sure, so just provide some clarification around the Council of Great City Schools. What they actually do are not audits, they do management reviews, which are requested by administration and school districts. So I asked them to do a management review of PPO because this school board has repeatedly asked about how we're going to get operational improvements in this area, provide greater transparency and efficiency. So I asked them to come in. They brought a number of facilities folks in. We sat down. We did a post review briefing with them. In this area specifically around the organization, they cited 2 things. One, yes, it would be great if you could identify and fill a chief facilities officer position, but given what we know about the marketplace and the talent that's out there, it's highly unlikely that you're going to find a qualified candidate. Number 2, in that report, they talked about elevating and reinstating the executive director position for that area, and doing so and making sure there's proper coordination between PPO and the capital side of the house. So those recommendations were made. The final piece is, and one of the reasons why I had this thing sent to the board, I believe it was a couple weeks ago, was through the discussions I've had with Mr. Woods, and should this get approved today, was to bring a workshop item to the board at some point, probably around November, December timeframe, with the school board to go over these recommendations, to prioritize what we're going to do and see what we can glean out of it, to lay out a roadmap for the outcomes and deliverables that we want to see out of this work. The final thing I would say is that the work that needs to be done in this area at this moment is not to continue to just generate and do work how it's currently being done, but it's about changing business processes, policies, work rules. We've got some talented folks in this division. It is a substantial division in terms of the work they do, maintaining and providing support to over 36 million square feet of real estate in this district. There's about 700 employees and a budget in excess of $70 million. And that area needs leadership. They need support. Mr. Woods is someone who we know have worked in a number of operational areas to achieve improvements there as well. One of the areas under his purview, which we've leveraged in this district, is our strategic management function and performance management, which we've applied in a number of areas, including developing a district strategic plan. So those type of resources and talents is what we need to bring into this area, and that's the rationale and basis for the change that's in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Did you say that we're going to be discussing that November, December?
We're working on identifying a date with Mr. Moquin to be able to take this report and have a very detailed conversation, but we're not just going to have the report in its current format. We're going to do some additional work in PPO, look at this report, and then bring it to the board with some recommendations out of this, possibly even engaging the Council of Great City Schools. One part of our thought was to see if we could even have Mr. Carlson here as well, but that is absolutely part of the near-term work that's associated with this, and it would be one of the first things that we would ask Mr. Woods to do.
I thank you for that. Personally, I would have liked to seen it happen before November, December, actually before it was brought to us for a vote, so we could have had an opportunity to discuss it and help frame the accountability measures. But I guess if it's going to be November, December, but then again, that puts the board in a position to be voting on these, not really having gone through. I know every one of us has read this, but there's certainly not the connection like we had with the Evergreen report for the disparity study. It was very clearly delineated to be able to follow them and you to be able to tell staff to follow them. So, but thank you for that. I'll be glad we're actually be talking about that later.
Thank you, Mr. Rupert. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I did find where we put it in the job description under minimum qualifications, but actually the way they worded the master's degree to trump this, an earned bachelor's degree in one of the following areas: general behavior health services, applied behavior analysis, or a related field. Those were the minimum qualifications. I'm going through all the resumes now, and I just have a concern, and clearly I looked at the other qualifications, which is the master's degree, but it doesn't delineate in what area the master's degree is in. So I'm assuming that's how you were able to do these hires. But I guess my point was, I remember when we created this job description, and Katie Leach was on the board even, I believe. And it was very, very important that we had people trained in applied behavior analysis and a background in shaping behaviors, a scientific background in that. And so I just have to say that, you know, whoever's in charge of this department, you can see the intent of the position and what these people are supposed to do. But, I mean, the way the other part of the job description is listed, it doesn't include that. But the point was behavioral health person, someone with a psychology background, a certified behavior therapist. So, Mr. Runcie, I would just say that this is done, but knowing the climate of the schools right now and the issues we're having with discipline, I hope you'll monitor this and make sure that we're using appropriate people, or at least have people who have that certification in your departments to help with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I appreciate what Mr. Runcie shared. I was actually going to suggest to Ms. Rupert's request of going over the management review, that be something at the end of the meeting, as we all have an opportunity to ask that we bring something forward, that would be appropriate. So it sounds as if we don't need to make that request. Mr. Runcie is going to be bringing that forward, and he's going to be able to do it with some expanded information as well. So I appreciate our opportunity to be able to bring that forward. So from a timing perspective, I don't really, I guess, want to speak too much to it, except that from when we got the management, that review, and from when we needed to take some, steps to be able to make change in this department, I think that's something that action was required of Mr. Runcie. And so I appreciate him bringing them forward. For me, there was a clarification. Well, I just want to make sure to the public, as we're having this conversation, that it's very clear in terms of the difference between the task assignment and the salary adjustment. Because what Mr. Watkins is being provided is an additional dollars during the task assignment period, aligned with the additional tasks. So, and we have done that in the past. So to me, that is consistent. It is not aligned with the salary adjustment. To Ms. Rupert's point of the consistency in the timing of providing an additional salary when we are adjusting someone's job responsibilities in their role as an employee, not task assigned, but actually modifying what their responsibilities are in their role and taking on new responsibilities. I appreciate the fact that there should be consistency. I appreciate the fact that when Dr. Wanza was, given this additional task during 2018-19, it would have been appropriate for us at that time to have provided the additional funds, knowing that that task and the responsibility was before her. With that said, I'm certainly not going to not support this and then not provide the opportunity for the one employee who's about to, and at the same time not give Dr. Wanza the payment now for the work she has already done. So for us, in essence, there's almost been a benefit to the district because she did do this additional work for us without being paid during that period of time. The last thing I want to do is have her continue to do that additional work and not acknowledge it and not pay her going forward. So I do believe that there should be consistency, Mr. Runcie, and to staff, when you are bringing these forward. That it is, if it's a new responsibility within the individual's role, we should be providing some type of salary adjustment if it's appropriate. I do not want to not support this because we're not consistent, because to me, then that's kind of all right, well, if we didn't do it before, we aren't going to do it now, and that's not acknowledging the fact that the individuals are doing work. So I think, personally, that we made a mistake in not doing it sooner for Dr. Wanza, but the last thing I'm going to do is step away from doing it today. In addition to that, I know that one of my colleagues brought up, and I'm going to have the conversation now rather than after the motion is made, but a conversation was brought up about a motion that we wait for performance reviews to be done for these individuals. But that isn't the alignment in how we, again, when we talk about consistency, we don't give someone a raise for additional work after they've performed the work and then we say you did a good enough job. We do that in a way that these are new job responsibilities. This person has to perform them every day. And to me, it's backwards to be saying, okay, for this time, we're going to say that you have to have done a good job for us. If we didn't think they were doing a good job, then we wouldn't be giving them the additional responsibilities. If we are tasking them with the additional responsibilities, the payment is aligned with the additional responsibilities. This is not a merit increase. This is not, as I'm reading this was not brought forward to us because the person had good performance and therefore we're paying them an additional salary. The recommendation for the additional salary is based on the expanded scope of work. And so to have a merit conversation around the work that they've done and say, we're now going to align the salary with that, well, then what we're talking about is a merit increase in salary. We're not talking about an expansion of responsibilities increase. And those are very different. And for some, you might get both. You might have done very well at the job you were doing, and you get a pay increase because you did a good job, but then you also expanded your job. So I don't want us confusing those. And if in the, when the performance evaluation is provided, if the performance is not a good performance evaluation, then Mr. Runcie, I would recommend you come back to us and tell us this individual is not doing their job well and they should not have taken on these responsibilities and you need to realign them. So as long as you feel confident that these are the individuals who should be taking on these additional tasks, then waiting for an evaluation, that means every year we would need to wait for someone's evaluation before we decided that we were going to put them in this new position and we were going to be able to give them any kind of increase that is based on their increased work, not based on the merit of the work that they are doing. I think we need to be clear as a board how we give increases, and as this one at least has been brought forward, the 2 salary adjustments, not task assignment, the 2 salary adjustments have been brought forward based on an expanded work responsibility. So for that reason, I am supporting it, and the consistency, to Ms. Rupert's point, we do need to be consistent, and we should be doing this when those responsibilities are being given to our employees rather than after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Dr. Osgood?
Thank you. I've said and I listened, and first I'm going to start off by thanking Mr. Runcie for bringing these items forth. I'm sure you had to think about this and giving us a chance to practice adaptive leadership. When we look at the way that we pay people in the district, I think that we can agree if we had more money, we would pay, starting from our custodians on, we would pay people more for the work that they do, but we don't have unlimited resources and unlimited funds. We had a salary adjustment that was out of our hands. I didn't agree with it because we all have different jobs experiences, different educational levels, and normally when you work a job, those things are factored in with your pay. When we look at what we have before us today, we have a person being task assigned, and we have two people that are getting salary adjustments. We have to get out of the practice, as Ms. Korn said and several others, of expecting people to do work and not being paid for it. For me, it's a morality issue. And maybe because I'm me, I'm a little more sensitive to it, but it's not okay to have people do work and not be compensated. I wouldn't go to any job and they tell me that I gotta do all this work first and then I'm gonna get paid for it. When I go into that job, I negotiate and I talk about my pay for that job description before I accept that job. And when you add work to people's jobs, you have to pay them. And if we want to really just get down to the blunt of this, I think that we have to look at a way that we're fair when we're doing salaries and we're talking about people's money, that it's not contingent upon our personal feelings about individuals. I see one position on here that I would prefer a person not have on this item, but it's a personal thing with me, and it's because I don't think that they treat people in the way that I want them to treat people. And, you know, I'm going to say to Mr. Runcie that as we're promoting people to positions of management and leadership, that it's very important that they have professional development around how to treat people. Nobody is in a position to lord over anybody. We have to lead people, we have to respect them, we have to love them, and we have to treat them in a decent way. That's what good teams do. We don't berate people, we don't be mean and nasty to people. That's not practicing adaptive leadership. But as we look at these items here, you know, and I hear people say, well, you know, somebody didn't perform the work. And I just think about the staff, particularly the people that are listed on here, and how we went through a horrific tragedy and all the countless hours that a lot of the staff people put in. And we didn't pay them an extra dime for it. As a matter of fact, many of them were there a lot of times, and some of us was missing most of the time, if I can just be very candid about it. So I am happy to have this opportunity. When we started Dr. Wanza in her position, our rules made us start her at a major disadvantage. And again, being female, I'm probably more sensitive to her because I feel like we have been very unfair in our payment to her. Although we did make an adjustment, I'm happy to have this opportunity to appreciate her, Mr. Watkins, and Mr. Wood, who continues to show up every day and do the heavy lifting and the work that they do for us. And if Mr. Runcie is bringing this forth, and it's within the pay band that we've set it up to be within, so he's in his rights from a policy perspective, I don't have a problem with supporting it. Even when I don't approve of one person that's on the list, I'm going to support it because it's the moral thing to do. It's Mr. Runcie's staff. He's putting people in place. We got a lot of work ahead of us to do. You know, if we're going to hire new people, then that's going to be another issue. They're not going to have the historical context to keep us moving forward. So I think that we have to look at opportunities on all levels to enhance people's work, to pay them for that work. We can't just think because they make a certain amount that they don't deserve more money when they're doing additional work. And, you know, as we continue to talk about bringing reports forward and talking about reports, you know, we talked about our last evaluation. So what did we put in place to cure the things that was in our evaluation? The professional development that was very obvious that we needed as a board and as individuals. So how did we cure our own report? I think, Ms. Brinkworth, that should be a part of our conversation in a workshop going forward as well. So I am happy to support this item because I believe that if I'm going to practice moral leadership, that I am obligated to support it. I'm in support of these people that work very hard in our district and doing the work that they're doing here. And I appreciate this opportunity to have this come forward and to make salary adjustments. I don't want to be a part of any group that's going to take us back to a time where people was expected to be paid to work and not be paid. It's not the morally correct thing to do. And I think as a board, we have spoken endlessly about salaries and adjustments and doing things to move the district forward within the parameters and the guidelines that we set forward. And I see this item as Mr. Runcie doing that.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
I'll just make my comments on that now that we had other comments on the task assignment and the salary increases. I'm going to just make a statement a little differently about it because everyone in this district does more than their job is on paper. Our teachers, everyone who works out in the schools, there was always more added to their job. So it's not unique in that way when we are in education. It's a commitment that people make, they're passionate about it, and they give extra. The reason I support these two is they are both picking up major divisions. This is not just picking up a little bit of work. One is picking up professional learning in its entirety, and the other is picking up, going through our entire maintenance department. They are receiving very, very little for doing those two things. If you were out and had a different job, you wouldn't do these jobs for the amount of money. You wouldn't take on this additional responsibility for $5,000, $6,000. They are taking on major divisions and a very increased level of work. So I think it's very important to distinguish that between the extra work that we appreciate that everyone does in Broward County Public Schools. But I had to just differentiate what these two are about and the small amount of money in the large perspective of things that goes on in a $4 billion budget. Thank you.
Heather, can you put me on the list, please?
Yes, I will, Ms. Bartleman, and I would like to remind my colleagues that we had a 10:45 time certain for item EE8. So very quickly, I will make a couple of comments. When Mr. Runcie first brought the item with regard to one of the increases. You know, one of the first things I asked at the agenda planning session was, when was the last time that we did this, when we shifted a large amount of work to another individual, knowing that we had done it, but we had not seen an increase come. So now we're in a position where the increase that Mr. Runcie was asking for is before us, and an increase that should have happened previously is also before us. So it says to the public that we're handing out lots of increases today, when the reality is that one of those increases should have happened when that person received the extra responsibility, in my opinion, and I believe my colleagues probably agree. The question that I had with regard to the task assignment, and I asked Mr. Runcie about it this morning, was with regard to, usually when we bring a task assignment, we have like an outline of what is going to be completed within the time of the task assignment, and I didn't see that. So if that's something that was provided to us, I must have missed it.
What was provided as backup support was a rationale specifically to what the new role will be doing, specifically providing leadership over their existing role for a temporary basis while we go through the recruitment, because today, and that's outlined as well in the backup, but today we are also approving the job description for final reading so that we can go out and immediately begin the recruitment for the director's role. In addition to that, one of the commitments we made to the board where we would outline if a task assignment needed to come back, that is when specifically we would get in and have milestones and lay specifically out what was accomplished during that period. But if you look at the actual backup information, it just specifies briefly what the role will be doing as it relates for a short period of time during the recruitment period.
Okay, and so we anticipate it being for how long?
Well, today you approved, we will immediately begin the recruitment. Dr. Hickman and I have met multiple times prior to this in preparation, so we've kind of geared everything up to start the recruitment, and we were looking anywhere from 60 to 90 days tops. So we're not looking to come back in 6 months, but that's been the conversation.
Okay, and so this is just a question so that I thoroughly understand. So the salary increase applies to the time that the person has the role?
Yes, ma'am.
Only.
It's only, while it's annualized, as you can see, and in the actual handbook for ESMAP employees, meeting confer groups, it speaks to a supplement. It says language, and the way we handle that is to actually evaluate their salary. Ms. Hall may be here to kind of jump in if it's necessary, but we also do that on an annual basis. So the salary increase that you see, the most it could be in a 6-month period is half of the $7,000, so $3,500. When you really break it down, it's about $150 a week.
Okay. I'm going back to Mrs. Alhadeff. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Bartleman first. Sorry.
Yes, I didn't comment on this because I didn't know if we were doing it later or now. How long has Dr. Wanza been performing this role, Mr. Runcie?
I don't, Doc, how long have you been?
I believe it was right before my husband passed. It was like October of 2018.
Is it October 2018? Something like
Yes,
that. Yeah.
October of 2018.
Right.
Okay,
Late
so
September.
this is what concerns me.
Yeah.
It's 2019 now, and you
So,
just caught Dr. Wanza, and I think, in my opinion, I think what's happened here is you decided that I'm going to give Mr. Woods an increase because he's taking on more responsibility, but Dr. Wanza has been sitting around 2018 performing 2 jobs without an increase, and now you're adding her on now, when that should have been recognized much earlier, not a year later. And I think it's the timing of Mr. Woods, quite honestly. I understand, and I just want to point that out to you because I think it's an injustice to Dr. Wanza. And I also want to point out that Ms. Marte served as the CFO and the chief of HR for months. So you are all over the place with how you distribute money for these things and who gets money for taking on responsibilities. And you have to, for me as a board member, I want some sort of plan that you're going to be consistent in implementing. Because people all over this district take on extra responsibilities all the time. I'm not even going to get into the teachers yet. But it's interesting how Wanza comes up a year later, Woods gets his right away, Marte doesn't get hers at all, and you've got people, it's just very inconsistent in how you apply this. And I don't mean to sound, I'm not speaking to the individuals and their work, and I don't know what kind of leadership I'm supposed to be practicing, but to me, as a board of directors, the way you implement and do these things is incredibly inconsistent.
Okay, so, Ms. Barterman, that's fine. That's your opinion and assumption. I will say there is consistency and logic around it. So first of all, the two items in front of you are actually permanent structural changes. The piece with Ms. Marte was a very temporary piece with the intent that we were actually going to go and work during that time period to go and fill a director for HR. And I've stated clearly to the board at that time, we don't do task assignments for chief level positions. So that we're consistent on that. Anytime we ask them to take something on very temporarily, we don't do that as a task assignment. There's just additional responsibility. When we make major structural changes to their scope of work and responsibility, it should be changed this way. What you did say is correct. We should have adjusted Dr. Wanza's thing much earlier. She and I had discussions about this off and on after we approved the org chart. And what's different about Dr. Wanza's situation, when we went into it, it wasn't done in the sense that was going to be a permanent change to our area. We're trying to make some realignments to get some traction, address some challenges that we had in the professional development space. As we moved on and we actually worked to hire a consultant. So Dr. Wanza was part of that process, Mr. Woods, Mr. Gold, and to look at what we were doing in the HR area relative to professional development. And then we came to the conclusion we would just continue to press on and finalize that restructuring. So it didn't start out with the intent that that would permanently be that way, but that's a big change in her scope and her area, and we are addressing it now.
Okay, Mr. Woods, or Miss, let me ask another question. Okay, I personally, and I'll speak to this on the org chart, don't agree with the org chart changes you're making, and nothing against Dr. Wanza, but professional learning and development is every workshop, we all recognize that it's a huge issue. Dr. Wanza is the Chief School Accountability Officer. She should get paid for the work she's done up until this point, but I don't agree with putting one more thing on her plate with everything that's going on in this district. And I don't agree as well as putting one more thing on Mr. Woods' plate with everything going on in this district. If every workshop we've had on professional learning has been a storm with issues and board member concerns, and Dr. Wanza does an amazing, amazing job with the schools, but to add one more thing on top of everything going on in this district, I just don't agree with that chart position, and that's just my opinion. So I'm not going to be supporting that. I have to say that when you do the timing of this, is you put us as a board of directors of this district in a very bad position. We have not settled any contracts with teachers who are asked to do millions of things. Ms. Levinson has been asking for years just to get a supplement to the STEM teachers who go to the robotics competitions. We can't even get that done. We have ESPs that do double duty. We have teachers that do double duty. And this conversation, I understand you're talking about this group of people, but for us as a board, we're accountable to all the employees. And the employees feel like this is a smack in the face, not taking away from these individuals. But your timing and the position you put the board in is very poor. And it sends a very bad message when we can't even, when counties are already starting to settle their contracts. And we're not even there yet. And so that's just my opinion on the position you're putting us in. And when I have to get calls and texts from teachers about all the things that they take on, I mean, what if all of our robotic coaches decided we're not going to do Saturday and Sunday tournaments anymore? We're not getting a supplement for this. all those people who do all those extra duties that don't get supplements step down and say, I'm not doing it. I mean,
So,
the message that you're sending as a leader without filling those gaps or extending an olive branch to say, we're going to do this, puts me in a very, very bad position. And I don't agree with loading their plates with more. And I'm sure they can handle it, but I don't agree with that. So I'll go ahead and wait for the motion.
Mr. Runcie?
yes, again, Ms. Bartleman, I respect your opinion on that. What I would say is this. We could continue down the path that we're going, try to go hire chief facilities officer, which will probably cost us about a couple $100,000. Go find someone to run professional development, which we know will probably cost us 6 figures again. So we'll spend between $300,000 and $400,000, or we could spend $12,000, $15,000, whatever it is today, and save that money and apply towards what we're trying to do and pull things together. The second thing I'll tell you is that the work that we intend to do in areas like PPO are to actually develop savings. When I came to this district in 2011, employees were on furlough. We haven't had a raise for teachers in probably about 3 years. And since that time, through the support of this board, we've given raises out every single year, probably averaging somewhere in excess of 3% for teachers. And we recently, as you know, applied referendum to teacher salaries today, averaging somewhere around 7% for this year. So we have been giving compensation increases out in excess of the additional funding that we've received from the state. So that money had to come from somewhere, and it's come from efficiencies and changes that we've made in this organization to be able to accomplish it. Again, what we're doing here today, in addition to, in my mind, making sense in terms of how we move forward, it is presenting cost avoidance opportunities for us. So I'm not going to continue down the path we're on if I don't believe it's the right thing to do. And if there's another way to do it and actually save money at the same time and not go out and hire a chief facilities officer, recognizing that there's a number of changes that we've made in the organization. And some of those include, first of all, we had restructured the SMART bond capital work, and so that reports directly to me. All of the safety components, environmental health and safety, we shifted that over to Mr. Katz's area. So there's not a lot left that's there, and to go out and hire a chief facilities officer to do that didn't make any sense to me. So that's part of our rationale around that.
Can I respond on that? First of all, I want to say you've done a lot of great things to save this district money. The furloughs were not because of mismanagement of any board. It was because of an economic downturn, and it happened across the state. So you did not single-handedly wave a magic wand with the furloughs.
Well,
you
again,
did do
like,
a lot of amazing things.
Ms.
including
Bartleman?
cost savings with health, including cost savings and transportation. You have done a lot of amazing things. So I'm not going to take that away from you, but I don't think the furlough should be like somebody did something bad, because that was an economic downturn that could not be avoided. Okay.
Thank you,
number
Ms. Bartleman.
two,
Okay.
I want to comment on I think Mr. Woods has too much on his plate. I think Dr. Wanza has too much on her plate. I think the two areas, in my opinion, that I brought up that had the biggest issues was facilities. And now you're going to add this to Mr. Woods' plate, which is already incredibly full. And the problem, the most important factor that impacts learning is professional development. And I remember board members looking to revamp this department to get back to the Elise Calabrese state. And if anything's going to impact student learning, it's going to be professional development with our teachers. And to add that to the person who is the superwoman who handles 230 schools and emergencies every single day that I don't even know how she does it. I think that's the area which you should be focusing on the most. But you're adding it to the plate, and I'm glad you're saving money, but is that the best way? Are there other places we can save money? You've put a lot of other positions in the business section where I would rather get rid of those positions that you've added, and the one that matters the most, professional development of our teachers, and enhancing that department and getting back to those days That would be more important to me. And the bond and facilities, you know how I feel about that area. And so it's your decision to make. And I just want to say, and I don't want to take away all the work you've done, Mr. Lindsay. You have done a lot with insurance, everything across the board, everything. I just think you're taxing your people, and I don't see how these two important divisions can and should be run where they're just incredibly important. So I disagree, respectfully disagree with you. I was looking for professional development to go back to Lisa Calabrese days.
Ms. Bartleman?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done, thank you.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood, then Ms. Korn.
I was actually going to call the question, but since Ms. Korn put her hand up, my respect for her won't allow me to do that, so I'll hear from Ms. Korn.
Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I'm concerned that we are mixing this conversation up with supplements for teachers. Everyone on this board has said emphatically that we want and need to have that conversation. Ms. Myrick at our last workshop spoke to the fact that supplements are on the table. Ms. Marte spoke to the fact that we have acknowledged in our budget that we need to have a conversation around supplements. So please, please, please do not make this a one or the other. That is not this. These two salary adjustments have nothing to do with supplements. And in fact, these two salary adjustments, to Ms. Levinson's point, which I'm glad she pointed out the way she did, these are actual oversight of entire departments. This is not an additional duty on campus. And as much as it is critically important that we acknowledge and pay our employees for those responsibilities that they are provided at the school level, to say that that job is the same as taking on an entire department with all of the staff members' oversight and responsibility for the delivery of the services at the district level is honestly disingenuous. I don't think it is fair to equate the two. At the same time, we absolutely have to do the supplements, and we are going in that direction. And again, the board's acknowledged it, Mr. Runcie has acknowledged it, legal counsel has acknowledged it, and our budgetary has acknowledged it. So I just don't want this to be pitting one against the other. That concerns me, because then we come from a negative place rather than a positive place. The positive place here is that Mr. Runcie has made a decision, and I agree, these are two critically important areas for our district. But we have spent almost a year trying to fill our area and facilities, and instead of continuing to want something, Mr. Runcie is taking action and putting leadership in place. I do not believe that this is what our long-term plan should be, but based on the position that we are in now and the responses to the job descriptions that we have put out with the vacancy, we have to acknowledge where we are. And with that, Mr. Woods has brought a great deal of change and leadership to our district. I appreciate that Mr. Runcie is taking a proactive position and filling it so that we have some direction in this short-term window. So, to Ms. Bartleman's point, these are two very important areas. And I think long-term, both of them should have individuals who are tasked specifically for them. But that isn't where we are today. And today, we have to make leadership decisions. So I appreciate Mr. Runcie, within less than $15,000 impact to the district, is giving us the ability to have staff who are very capable and have proven themselves to be capable to take these roles on. As soon as we get to a place where we have individuals who can fill these roles long-term and specific to those roles, I would look for Mr. Runcie to be filling those positions and to be bringing those forward to us. And at that point, we are going to have to absorb entire compensations, not just salary, entire compensations for those two positions. So in the short term, I appreciate the leadership in saying, yes, these are important. Yes, we have individuals who are capable, who are going to take them on. At the same time, when we speak about taking on additional responsibilities at the school level, that is not in this conversation, and the one that must be had and one that we must take action on. And we will, and we are. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Good?
Well, I had a bunch of things I was going to say, but I think Ms. Korn read my mind. So I'll just concur with all her points. The fact of the matter is this position has been open for quite some time. We as a board have to take some type of leadership role and an active role in how we're moving forward. And I personally have faith in these two individuals. I actually appreciate the fact that they're willing to take on such a substantive role in this district, in addition to what they already do, for the amount of funds that are being allocated, as Mr. Runcie indicated. I know there's been different amounts shared, but what is the totality of the amounts of the two positions together? Mr. Chisholm.
I think Ms. Levinson did the math.
It's $11,478.
Thank you, math
We've been
expert.
discussing for this length
So
of time.
it's been quite a while, and I'll just say that, you know, it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to, you know, we've advertised positions and we haven't been able to find an individual willing to take on the challenge, and honestly, I'm not surprised. So I hope that as a board, we can move forward in the best interest of our district and certainly ensure that we use our funds wisely. And I appreciate Ms. Korn mentioning the issue of our teachers as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Mrs. Aladev?
I like to separate out the two salary adjustments from G3. And my motion is to not give a 3% salary increase for Valerie Wadza and Maurice Woods.
Is your motion to separate them? Yeah, you need to separate them first. So if you'd like to make a motion to separate them,
I'd like to make a motion to separate out the two salary adjustments.
Ms. Aladev has made a motion to separate out the two salary adjustments under number 9. Is there a second? Ms. Rupert?
Ms. Al-Hadef, would you be amenable to separating Valerie Wanza's name out?
Yes.
Actually, I did that wrong. I wanted Valerie to stay in, and I guess the two other, this is, at this point, it's so confusing. It's crazy. I can't support yours, but separating, this is crazy. Never mind.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Ms. Bartleman? Ms. Bartleman has seconded for discussion. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I have a discussion. Can I talk, Heather, or not yet?
Yes, Ms. Bartleman, but remember that we have,
Okay.
that we have a time certain that people have been waiting for 45 minutes. Just to separate.
Okay.
Motion for separating only.
Oh, okay.
Do you have comment on separating?
Yeah, my comment, I guess, is to Ms. Myrick. I spoke to Ms. Myrick this morning because I don't agree with the chart positions.
That's a different
And
item.
we're voting on the salaries now, but if I don't agree with what he's doing in the chart, how do I vote for the salaries first?
As I said to you earlier, you would, if you do not agree with the salary adjustments, you would vote no. You are not voting on whether these people have a job or not, which would require good cause. You're simply voting on a salary adjustment, so you can vote no on the salary adjustment at this point.
But my point is, though, is that it's not that, if they're stuck doing, my issue is the chart changes.
When that comes up, you can vote the same way you want to vote on that at
Well,
that
I'm
point.
gonna vote no on the chart changes, which to me, I know Ms. Korn said that this is temporary, but after hearing Mr. Runcie in the chart positions, to me, this seems like a permanent thing. And I guess, Mr. Runcie, my issue is that I want to vote no on your chart changes because I don't agree with them. I don't think you should permanently take these two important positions and do this. But then if they're doing the job,
So, Ms.
I think
Bartleman,
that
I
Trustee
understand that
should
your
have come
question
first.
is tied to the other item, but right now the motion on the floor is to separate those items out, and I appreciate the difficulty that you're having with regard to the order in which you're being asked to vote on this. But right now, we're just talking about the separation.
Okay, then.
Any colleague input? I'm going to ask for audience input on separating the item only.
Roll call, please.
Anna Marie Pierpont, City of Hollywood residents. I appreciate Ms. Al-Hadaf pulling this. I don't believe that all of this should be bundled as one, and I do believe that giving salary increases to anyone who is already doing the work is, you're sending mixed messages, because you're having to pay someone for work already done, and you're anticipating paying someone for work that is about to be done. But for many other employees, they get a change every day in what they are expected to do and not expected to do. So I appreciate Ms. Al-Hadaf's pulling this item, and with the $11,478, you could easily give every ESP a $2 raise. And
It's a
move on.
separation. We're talking about the separation right now.
Correct.
Thank you.
Good morning, Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union. I'm the president. I represent teachers, a wide variety of TSPs, a wide variety of our ESPs, and I appreciate going forward and trying to make a separation. All around bad timing. We're in negotiations and there was zero offered to rank and file.
On the separation,
I'm
please.
talking about the separation. I'll get to it. I have to lead up to it. I'm like an attorney sitting up at the jury, leading up to the point. There are people that were doing those jobs, by the way. Check to see why the jobs were taken from them. You can come back and revisit this. It's separated for a reason. Again, bad timing. There are tons of people out there that are doing an excessive amount of getting the job done to help Broward Public Schools be awesome. Doing the job and not getting extra pay, and not getting the opportunity to get in front of the dais to have a one-man show to speak and represent them, or as I can say, a 10-man show. We have to put in grievances. We have to beg for our people to get the extra pay. If you want, I can make sure I can sit down with several people and I can give you a list of thousands of rank and file that
Ms.
do
Fusco,
extra.
I'm going to ask you to speak to the separation, please.
I'm speaking to the separation. The separation should be considered. The whole thing should be tabled and not voted on today. And we shouldn't be listening that you can't vote things down, because you certainly make that a point when you want to vote things down when it's against the rank and file.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco. Any additional public input on the separation? Any additional comment from my colleagues on the separation? Ms. Korn?
The only thing I'm going to comment is that I'm actually going to support the separation because it is tied to an item later, and that if you don't want to support the item later, it does make it problematic, I think, for one of my colleagues to then have a vote that aligns with that without this being separated. So because one of the individuals is tied to a later item, I would separate to give my colleague the opportunity to be able to speak to that because it is tied to a later item.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of the separation indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Yes, Ms. Good would like a roll call, please.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes.
Mrs. Bartleman?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes?
Ms. Good? No. Ms. Korn?
Yes.
Ms. Levinson? No. Ms. Murray?
No.
Dr. Osgood?
No.
Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Okay, passes.
This motion to separate passes. At this point, let's take a vote
Heather?
on, yes, Ms. Bartleman?
I would like to postpone the separated items till after the to after the agenda discussion on the org chart, please, for me. So my motion is to postpone the separated individuals till after the org chart discussion on the future item.
Great. Ms. Bartleman has made a motion to table the separated items until after the II-1 discussion. Is there a second?
Okay.
Okay. The motion fails for lack of a second. We will take the item with the names separated out first. So we'll take the G3 with the separated names not included. Any audience input on the G3 item as amended? Any colleague input additional on the item G3 as amended? All those in favor of G3 with the item separated out indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no. Okay, item G3 passes with the separated items. Let's go ahead and recognize those candidates. Sure, we will finish the item. We'll finish the item before we recognize the candidates. On the separated names, may I have all those in favor
Ms.
of
Brinkworth,
Yes.
you actually need a motion
I'm sorry.
on the separated items.
Yes, may I have a motion to consider the separated items? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on the motion to consider the separated items?
Ms. Brinkworth,
Yes.
may I?
Yes.
We were very deliberate when we wrote this. If you notice, it says proposed. So the way it's written, it's aligned to all of this work. So that may help the board to know that we were not trying to assume that you would just approve it. We wrote it correctly to take in consideration the conversation you're having. So it says proposed, and knowing that if this board does something differently, we will respect the board. So that's how it's written.
Okay, so make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying, is you're saying that as it's written, it can be determined based on a conversation we have later on a future item regarding the org chart.
I'm going to look to legal, but that's the way it's written, proposed. If you look at the salary adjustment for Mr. Woods specifically. And I stepped out, so I didn't know if you separated both of them or
We did.
not. Okay.
Yes, for Mr. Woods, it says proposed realignment. So if you vote later not to realign PPO under Mr. Woods' organizational office, the salary adjustment would not go into effect.
Thank you.
Ms.
That's not
Brinkworth?
true. That's not true of Dr. Wanza, however.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
That I know my motion wasn't seconded, but I really don't support the II-1 item, so I'm very torn because I'm not voting for that. And then I'm asked to vote for the raise now, and the board isn't giving me any wiggle room where I could vote my conscience on that. So I would like to make an amendment from this amendment and separate Maurice Woods and Val Wanza and deal with each individual separately, because I have a real issue with the II-1 item.
Okay, did you hear the comment that Ms. Myrick just made with regard to if the board were to vote down the II-1 item, that the salary for Mr. Woods would not go through because it is listed as proposed?
I get that, but I
Okay.
can hear from everyone here
Understand.
that's probably going to pass, just based on the discussion on support for doing this with the department.
Understood. So you're making a motion, Ms. Bartleman, to separate the two names in item in number 9 from G3?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on separating the names? Colleague input? Yes.
Sorry,
Ms.
just
Warren.
for clarification, right now, we only have two names ahead of, in front of us, correct?
Yes.
And we're splitting those?
Yes, that's what she's
'Cause we
asking to
only
do.
like
That's the
30.
motion.
Okay,
It
thank
has
you.
been seconded by Ms. Rupert. Any conversation from my colleagues?
Yes, and just so the board knows, the reason I'm doing this is because I am
Call the
adamantly
question.
against
Can we vote,
II-1.
please?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes, we understand. Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Bartleman. Any additional comment from my colleagues? So we are now having all those in favor of the two names that had previously been separated from G3 to be further separated to be the individuals indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Motion fails. Now we're back to the two names as separated originally by the motion made by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input.
You've already asked for that.
Colleague input. All
Ms.
those in
Brinkworth.
favor of...
Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes,
I
Ms.
have a comment to
Bartleman.
make.
I'm sorry?
I feel very strongly that Dr. Wanza deserves the compensation, but because they're tied together and I'm adamantly opposed to II2, I'm going to have to vote no.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment?
Can we call the question, please?
Yes, that question has been called. All those in favor of the two names that have been separated from G3 from number 9 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 Roll call.
Dr. Osgood has asked for a roll call.
Ms. Alhadeff?
No.
Ms. Bartleman?
No.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Mrs. Good? Yes. Ms. Korn?
Yes.
Ms. Levinson? Yes. Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
No.
Passes.
Thank you. Now, the board would like to take a time to recognize those new appointments.
Thank you. I am very happy to announce, we have quite a few, our new evaluation coordinator, Liliana Aguiar. Our new computer-aided drafting draft person, D, Yenny Etheridge. Our new specialist in positive behavior interventions, Chandra Evans. Our new specialist positive behavior interventions, Latoya Fassi. Our new supervisor in special needs transportation, Carolyn German. Our new senior data analyst, safety, security, and emergency preparedness, Lee Kamens. Our specialist in positive behavior interventions, Kathy Keith. Our new assistant director for school climate and discipline, Nordia Sapleton. Our new route planner, Angela Taylor. Our budget analyst 3, Liddy Villeman. For task assignment, director equity and academic attainment for school climate and discipline, David Watkins. Our project manager for occupational health and environmental control, William Wiley. And our specialist for positive behavior interventions, Nicole Williams.
It's my great pleasure to welcome to District 7, Fabian Calero, as our new assistant principal for Coconut Creek High. Go Cougars!
Thank you. Congratulations to all of you on your new appointments. Now is the time. If you would like to head to your new position, it is appropriate to do so. Thank you very much for being with us this morning, and good luck. At this time, I would like a motion and a second as the room clears for item EE8, which was a time certain for 10:45. Moved by Ms. Rupert.
Second.
Second by Ms. Levinson. I'm going to ask those exiting the room to please do so as quietly as possible. And those who are waiting for committee reports, we will do committee reports right after we do the time certain from 10:45. I apologize. And do we have staff for the EE8 item? Yes, spatial computing partnership. Good morning. So EE8 is before us. I don't know if you want to make comments before I take public comment and board discussion, or I know this was scheduled for a 10:45 time certain, so.
Good morning, I think. Susie Kantrick, Director of Applied Learning. So we do have guests from Magic Leap. I don't know if you want me to have them wait till public comment.
I'll just go straight to public comment.
Okay.
Okay, great.
you.
At this time, we'll take public comment on EE8.
Good morning, Superintendent, Chair, board members. My name is Carlos Pensini. I'm the head of people at Magic Leap. Magic Leap is an advanced technology company, a global company headquartered here in Broward. And I couldn't be more honored to be here talking with all of you, especially as you consider launching a first-in-the-nation partnership with Magic Leap. Our mission is to harmonize people and technology to create a better, more unified world. It's about bringing people together. Technology has the power to divide people or to bring people together and enlighten people. Our mission is to bring people together and enlighten people. Education, through what we call spatial computing and spatial learning, is a critical world-changing technology, and we would love to partner with you. We are over 1,000 Leapers here in Broward. Leapers is what we call our employees. We have several hundred kids in the public schools in the county, and we care deeply about those kids, about the future, and about the future of education. We believe spatial computing opportunities have the unique potential to dramatically boost engagement as our kids learn, and thus improve academic and emotional performance. Well, we'll start with computer science, if you approve. We have the chance also to greatly impact many other disciplines, how kids learn about history, human anatomy, statistics, digital art, debate, public speaking. Starting this journey now will position Broward County Public Schools to be a trailblazer and an example for many other districts across the US, across Florida, and across the world. Before we go any further, I do want to say thank you. Thank you to all the folks at Broward County Public Schools that have collaborated with us over the past few months to craft this incredible vision and partnership. Over the last few months, we've been partnering with STEM and CS and CTASE and legal, IT, security, privacy, procurement, and many other folks across the district to bring this, which is what we have today and where we're going into the future. Revolutionizing the future of education while also managing the fun in today's classrooms is no small task. And we sincerely appreciate your willingness to consider taking this leap together. We also want to thank the folks at the Florida Panthers. Their conviction about putting the power of spatial computing in the hands of Broward students is truly awesome, and we wouldn't be here today without them. Final but very important thought regarding our kids and their future. A spatial computing ecosystem is growing very rapidly here in South Florida.
If you have someone else that would like to yield 3 minutes to you, you can have an additional 3 minutes.
Yes.
They need to state their name for the record.
Alex Haber. I lead the education team at Magic Leap, and I've been working with Susie and Lisa for all this time, and it's been really great to get to know the team. Just to add the last points that Carlos is getting to, a spatial computing ecosystem is rapidly growing here in South Florida, and it's hitting many different industries that we all care about right here in Broward. Healthcare, retail, hospitality, manufacturing, and many more. And these industries need top-notch talent to really drive forward progress in these industries. And to do so, it's important to be well-versed in these advanced technologies such as spatial computing. And as Broward College, Florida Atlantic University, Nova Southeastern, and other local and national colleges and universities have already started their spatial computing journeys. This partnership will take Broward students from your high schools on through college and into their careers around this technology and all that will flow through it in terms of innovation, partnership, and opportunity to also grow and give back to the Broward County community in the process. With your endorsement today, it'll mark the start of an incredible journey that Magic Leap is just extremely excited to take with our home county and begin building this tremendous future together. So thank you guys very, very much.
Thank you. Any additional audience input on item EE8? I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. I am so excited about this partnership. Having Magic Leap based in our own county here and being the first district to work with you on this level, it's extremely exciting. I want to thank Susie Kantrick and Lisa Milenkovic and Guy Bermoja and CTASTE Department and all of our staff and Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer, for working with you all to see this contract through. I know it's taken a while. You mentioned all the departments you have to go through. And by the way, I love your title, Head of People. I think we need to change that, Mr. Runcie. People, Head of People, he is.
Yeah, it's.
Okay, so.
That's what it's called at Southwest Airlines as well. It's called the People Department.
So anyway, spatial computing ecosystem, as you mentioned, is a way of the future, and it will engage our kids, give them the interactive learning that they love, and which gets them excited about learning. I often speak about that type of learning, and I'm a big advocate of that. So again, I'm really excited that we're starting this partnership off, and also want to thank the Florida Panthers for donating 25 of the devices. They are always an amazing partner with Broward County Public Schools. So congratulations to everyone involved, and I had a little brief demonstration about it and can't wait to go and see the kids in action and the teachers in our classrooms.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So with my commercial real estate hat on, when Magic Leap first came in, no one had any idea what the whole concept was. You all were actually looking for office space. And I had the opportunity to hear about what Magic Leap was. And of course, the very first thought was, oh, I hope this happens because I really want them to work with our schools. So here we are many, many, many years later, and it has come to fruition, and I could not be more excited that we have this partnership, we have this opportunity, and the fact that this is the first in the nation to be able to have this partnership. We're very lucky that you all located in Broward County and that you are engaging in educating our students to do exactly and really take it to the next level, right? They're the ones who are going to develop what Magic Leap is in the future. So we are very excited to be part of that. I do, to staff, have just a couple of quick questions about the item itself. One is in the executive summary, it refers to, in addition to the purchase, the district's expected to obtain 30 additional. What, can you just explain what that?
Sure. Again, Susie Kantrick, Director of Applied Learning. So that is the donation of 25 devices from the Panthers and 5 devices from Magic Leap, which were dependent upon our purchase, right?
Right.
So that's all that means.
Okay, almost a match kind of concept, right? Okay. And
well, the other reason why we did that is initially Magic Leap and the Panthers wanted to focus on some of our high-need schools, but we wanted to make sure there was equity in the district and that it would be available throughout the entire county, so that's why we proposed to add the additional 60.
Oh. Well, that's great background. Thank you, Mr. Runcie. On the warranty piece, where there is an opportunity to buy the extended warranty for the year, where I was having a hard time determining whether or not we were doing that at this stage, if that was being contemplated, or at what stage it would be contemplated, considering the cost of these devices and the fact that we warranty our computers, which I believe are less of a cost per device than these are. So help me.
Sure. I'm going to defer that question to Lisa, or if you'd like, Alex.
Alex Haber, lead of Magic Leap Education. So all of the devices come with a 1-year manufacturer's warranty right out of the gate. And certainly there is the option to have a second-year extension to that. We haven't baked that into what you have before you right now, but we certainly can do that together if you guys would like. What I'll also just quickly mention is that we've done significant testing around drop reliability, et cetera. And so we'll work with the district facilitators, the teacher mentors, and everybody to share best practices, both in terms of how to use them and all of that. And also just the other piece is, as we've talked about, we're here in Broward County, so we can deal with replacement fixes very, very quickly just by virtue of our geographic proximity.
So thank you very much. I guess to staff, my question is, from a technology perspective, what is our warranty with our computers? I'm asking this this is a direct question. Sorry, this is a leading question. It's a leading question because for me, what warranty comes with the computers, what is our duration of expectation of support for our computers and our investment in each computer compared to what our investment is here and our support through warranty of these devices?
I believe our warranty is somewhere between 3 to 5 years. I don't know
That's what I thought.
I don't know but it's not anything beyond that because they become obsolete units subsequent to that. So
Right,
somewhere between.
and our cost per unit for a computer is?
It's
Approximate.
between 200 and 300 that
Right.
we're paying for.
So I guess I'm questioning, if we pay for a warranty for computers at $300 a unit, these are $2,195 a unit. I guess I'm just thinking ahead. Is there and we don't necessarily have to do it here. By no means do I want to interrupt this process. But my question is, as we're considering what is the investment for the district, to only have a 1-year warranty on a device that's $2,195, doesn't seem, I guess, in a bigger picture to make sense. And so from an investment perspective, I would rather know what is the cost of that warranty and consider that when we're making this investment that you will potentially be bringing back to us another item that speaks to what the warranty cost is. I would prefer to know that before we vote on this. Again, I'm not coupling them that they have to happen, but I would like the board to know what that would be because I, as a board member, would like to support the bigger picture of supporting these devices rather than the 1-year warranty that comes with them.
So I think staff may have some information.
So through the chair, Ms. Corn, thank you for the question. But like so much of the spatial computing, we don't know what it's going to look like in K-12. We do know that the way in which computers are used is very different than the way these headsets are used. And that these are devices that are used on highly monitored environments with teachers right on hands there. It's a group project. You don't have a lot of multiple users, a lot of the kind of damage scenarios that happen with laptops. We may well find that the 1 year is insufficient, but we also don't want to pay for a second year, which is what the extended warranty is, it's a risk management question, right? Do we pay up front and avoid the cost, but then find out that almost none of them break, or do we move it? We've gone with the standard contract here. We can certainly respond to the board with what it would cost to add the second extended warranty on the purchased devices. But then that sets up a scenario where some devices are second-year warranted, the donated ones are not. We've brought what I will say is a initial contract with an unknown piece. We could run the risk of paying extra up front or run the risk of having damage occur after year 1, where we then lose a whole device.
So thank you. That's very helpful. So to Mr. Runcie, it is a risk management question. As a board member making the investment on behalf of the community, I would like to know what that risk management is. So again, I'm not going to hold this up. I fully support this. I would like there to be a follow-up, whether it's in an item because you all determine the risk management makes sense to make the investment now, or a memo telling us what you found and why you think it does not make sense to do the warranty. Because I will tell you that, yes, these are going to be in controlled situations with children. With children. So I think enough said. I have 3 of them in my, well, I guess now I have 2 of them at my home. And I have to tell you that as much as I think that I mitigate risk, somehow risk continues to happen. So I would like us, because these devices are expensive. And when we lose one of these devices, it gets expensive without having that warranty. And I don't know what repair costs on these types of devices. I mean, this isn't, you know, I would think, yes, they're local, and so I think the responsiveness will be fantastic. But again, this could be a very high-ticket item for a minor, you know, a minor repair. So please do the risk assessment piece for us and bring that back, but I fully support the item, so thank you.
We certainly will, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. Mrs. Alado?
Thank you. How much time do they spend on spatial computing in one classroom period?
So, Ms. Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. Ms. Alada, you raise a great question, and the short answer is right now, we don't have the ability to what I'll call the experience of spatial computing. We do discuss spatial computing in a variety of curricular areas, beginning with mathematics. When you talk about three-dimensional trigonometry, it should not be about solving for variable equations. It should be about how are you designing the perception using light beams through virtual rather than real to make things happen. We do it in the healthcare industry where you can do virtual dissections, both of animals. You can also do it in environmental science where you travel. In history where you go back to Great Zimbabwe or Egypt or ancient China. So there's both the ability to travel through space and time using these in multiple curricular areas. We will be bringing to the board for discussion spatial computing as well as computer science and related fields in the workshop in November. I believe that's the 12th?
November 12th.
November 12th. All of these topics will be coming forward for workshop discussion with the board, and we hope to follow up on that specific question and give you the examples with the curricular tie-ins. But this is our first opportunity to go from theory to experience.
And through the chair,
Yes.
Ms. El-Hadef, I just also want to share that these devices, they're not an LCD screen that's 2 inches from the child's eye. They're actually looking, they can see through the device. So whereas you would compare this to regular screen time with an iPad or a computer, it's a different makeup from that. So they're looking through the device and can see the background, but also within the device. So it's not as it's not comparable to the actual screen time with which I think you're considering when asking that question. And really, the idea is to give opportunity and access to children at this first stage, this first blush with these devices, and then in the future make adjustments accordingly to see, you know, because we have the 3 groups of high schools, Coral Springs, Plantation, and Ely that are working on app development. And then we have the sandbox of 30 devices that will go out to schools, high schools, and allow for children to have that access, that opportunity to try the devices. But at no time are we expecting a child to spend more than 50, 30 minutes at a time using this device. So I'm hoping that answers your questions.
Yes, I just think we need to also take in consideration, you know, are they going from this device then to the computer, then to a TV screen, and...
Understood the screen time issue.
I also have another question. So for the other additional 30 devices, will all of the high schools get an opportunity to use this in a school year?
So the teachers in using these devices will need to be trained in order to have that access and share with their students. But we do also have 8 devices that are going to instructional facilitators and staff downtown, and then 7 devices, 1 for each district, that for our mentors that will be in each district, and those mentors will have a device as well. So it was a very planned, precise selection of how we were going to put these out in the community and have access for all of our schools. So
so all schools will have an opportunity to
as
use
long
the
as the
devices
teachers,
this year?
yes. Yep, the teachers just have to go through the training and then they can bring the devices in. Whether they're art, music, social studies, doesn't matter. As long as they go through the training, they can bring the devices into their classroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. And I did ask some similar questions with regard to access on my phone call with staff. And I will just say that I would like Mr. Runcie to make sure that we keep a very clear accounting of which schools have utilized the devices so that we can ensure that there is equity across the district in access, and also the number of teachers trained to make sure that there's equity in that respect as well. So not only actually utilizing the devices, which would require teachers to be trained, but are teachers being trained in all schools to make sure that there's an opportunity for every school to have the opportunity to use the device.
Yes, Ms. Brinkworth, that's absolutely the path we're on. In terms of how much of that we get done this year, I'll work with staff on that, and we'll try to make sure we provide this to as many schools as possible. While we're on this, I do want to continue to recognize and commend Lisa Milenkovic for the work that she's been doing in this district to create these kind of opportunities, expand them, especially in the area of STEM, computer science. We really couldn't be here and offering these opportunities without her work. So again, Lisa, thank you so much for everything you do every day. I know you don't get a thank you, but you can't hide. We know who you are, and thank you so much for being here and part of the team.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to staff, especially to Lisa, and thank you to Magic Leap and the Panthers for the partnership. Yes, Ms. Murray?
Yeah, before you close that, we're bringing this in, and when will it go into effect? We have a date to implement this?
Susie Cantrick, Director of Applied Learning, immediately.
Okay, well, here's my issue with this. This is October, we're moving into the holidays, and to get this up and running, we're really looking at next year. Okay, I know that you supposedly have identified 3 schools, Lauderhill 6 through 12, who are the other 2?
Ely, Coral Springs, and Plantation High Schools.
Okay, so again, when we put ideas like this out, and anything that benefits the majority is great, but it's the implementation, the timeline that's my concern. Because, like I said, we're already into the year. The holidays will be over before we really get going with this. I mean, 3 schools is great because we're not pushing it out to everyone, but I would like to see a timeline, how you're going to introduce this, and what the buy-in is from other schools. Because it's the timing that bothers me, because schools already have so much on their plate. And to come up with another instrument at this point in time of the curriculum sort of throws everybody off track. So that's my concern, that we have, you come through here, it's generalities, that you're not really pinpointing how this is all going to happen. And I think a timeline from the board is so important so that we know who you're talking to, where these schools are, and that we have some input as far as when we visit our schools and everything, that we can carry the message that we are firmly behind this. Because again, the curriculum is already in place for this year. You're introducing something brand new that's going to take time, training, more time, pulling teachers out of the classroom to provide them with the opportunity to develop the skills they need to work this program. So it's a concern to me and exactly how this is all going to, how you're going to work this into what we're already trying to do this year. And like I said, I'm thinking next year is the year that this will really blossom, not this year.
Through the chair.
Yes.
So we have been working on this item since, I want to say, March of last year. We had a few delays. The intent was to bring this forward for the beginning of this school year. We already have the classes selected, foundations of computing selected, the teachers, so we're ready to hit the ground running. So it's not that we were bringing this forward for approval and hadn't already created a timeline and project plan. We have all of that, and the students are chomping at the bit waiting for the devices.
Okay, so I can expect some sort of report from you exactly how this
Certainly.
is being implemented. My concern is you're talking about training staff. And that is taking staff out of classrooms. to be able
Ms.
to-
Murray, we absolutely hear your concerns. We are 21% of the way through the school year as of today.
Right.
I've got a clock on my calendar, on my wall. So we hear you. That's why I talked about moving from theory to experience. Schools are ready, teachers are ready to be trained. We've worked out with them how that will happen in order to not take them away. So we will move forward, and most importantly, we will provide to you and all the board members further details of implementation, as well as the equity questions that have been raised on a regular
Right.
basis.
Because I think what I would have rather heard from you at this point is that we have a pilot program in X amount of schools. And there's where your sell is good, because now you have X amount of people that are engaged. So as we move forward with other schools, although as good as this sounds, it's the time element that I'm concerned. So you got my message.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Any additional comment from my colleagues? I believe I took audience input. Yes, I did. All those in favor of item EE8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ms. Bartleman, are you on the line? Okay, EE8 passes unanimously. At this time, we will take committee reports. Please state your name for the record and the committee you represent. You will have 5 minutes. Dr. Neesmith?
Thank you. Good morning, Superintendent. Good morning, Chair, school board members. Good morning. My name is Easton Harrison. For the record, I chair the Diversity Committee, was just recently re-elected to the Diversity Committee. And I'd like to give you guys a quick report today. So I first want to thank all the school board members for promptly making appointments to the Diversity Committee. That definitely helps us with carrying out business. We have a very full roster, so we're able to always meet quorum and actually get things done. I also want to make a mention that this school year we plan on to continue to focus on analyzing the districts around the 9 conditions within the CC agreement, which is what the Diversity Committee was formed around. With a strong focus around school site visitations, making sure that there's equity within the district, and diversity, and also student discipline, including all aspects of student discipline, including the Promise Program, and also academic progress. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for waiting so patiently to give your report. I appreciate that. And thank you. I know last week I missed you in all of the last meeting that you were here to present. So I appreciate your patience, and
Thank you so
thank you
much.
for your service.
I appreciate that. Thank
And
you, everybody.
Any additional committee reports?
Hi, everyone. Good to see you again. So anyway, Ingrid and I have been working really hard, and we're working now with BCASC this year. We're partnering with HOSA and SWAT, and we're launching our anti-vaping campaign at our next BCASC meeting. We're putting all of our students in groups, and they're going to come up with their own campaign that we're going to take back to the board and staff and try to work with that and see where we could go from there.
Good morning. We have also been planning Speak Up, Speak Out events around the district, and we just want to say that our middle school leadership workshop is next week, October 12th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional committee reports?
I'm Jackie Luskin from ESE Advisory. I've waited this long, I'm using every second. Thanks for having us. I just wanted to say before I kick off how pleased we are with having Simone Hollingsworth as the new Executive Director of ESLS. We're sorry to see Dr. Hickman move on, but great that he's moving on to greater things. We look forward to working with Ms. Hollingsworth, and we're sad also to see Jennifer Bigos and Dr. Mary Claire Musenich go. But we look forward to moving onwards and upwards. You had 2 agenda items coming up later related to discipline. I can't stay for them. And you've removed one anyway, but I'd like to just speak to the other one as part of my report. The case relates to a case of a Jennifer Jadlika-Austin, who is an ESE support facilitator at Tamarack Elementary School, and the other related to a Mary Catherine Bird, a teacher in a pre-K ESE intensive class at Norcrest Elementary. I'm bringing these up because they're pertinent to recommendations that we brought to you in May. And because there is an accountability issue here, a timescale issue, a transparency issue that concerns us all. This was a case of a 7-year-old child with autism who had become emotionally overloaded and needed the sensory room and the person or people trained to help him, not the principal's office where he was cornered and the pressure on him escalated by people untrained to help him. This was not a case of a bad child who needed a talking to and to be cornered in the principal's office and quizzed and punished. Liken a child with autism in this situation to a computer that has overloaded or overheated. Do we slam it to the floor and sit on it, or do we unplug it, back off, give it time and space to cool off and get itself back together? We may do the former, but we should do the latter. That is also autism for you. And an ESE support facilitator should know that. So should a classroom teacher, a principal, and an SRO who were also all involved in this incident. In this case, all 4 escalated the situation. There have, of course, been other cases. The other case that was on your agenda today of a teacher in an ESE pre-K intensive class at Norcrest Elementary who slapped a child in the face because she considered he was taking too long checking his schedule, and slapped another on the hand and yelled at him because he accidentally pressed the wrong key on his keyboard.
I'm just going to ask that you make a committee report.
This is my committee report.
Okay.
I've brought these up because they are pertinent to recommendations that we made to you. This is my report. In May, following another outcry over alleged abuses of students with disabilities, this one at Pasadena Lakes Elementary, ESE Advisory passed a motion that made a series of recommendations to you in response. Some we heard back to with positive response, and others we still await. And that's why I bring up these cases today that I've just spoken about. Those others include our call for closed-circuit TV cameras in self-contained ESE classrooms, where students with disabilities may be non-verbal and therefore unable to advocate for themselves or others. And the other was a call for all teachers in self-contained ESE classrooms to be certified in ESE, which should be a minimum standard, and we hope one that can be spread across all of ESE, not just self-contained. We're awaiting responses on both of these. I'm glad at least it's not been an instantaneous no and time's being taken, but we'd appreciate knowing where those recommendations are at in the process that they're still going through for us to be waiting. Those cases are evidence right here of why those recommendations needed to be taken seriously. And also, as part of my report, because we are the voice of the parent community of parents of students with disabilities in this district. So this is a legitimate part of my report too. We'd suggest that ways should be found to ensure that not only is justice done, but it is seen to be done. From the mother of the child involved in the Tamarack Elementary incident, she has written a few words that she wanted to communicate. She feels that her view is that the mere minimum was...
Excuse me, I apologize. Can you stop the timer?
Yeah.
If the parent wants to send something to the board, that is completely acceptable, but for your report, it should be something that the committee has discussed and making a recommendation to the board and things of that nature.
It's a committee report about a topic of concern that we have brought to the board and that we're still awaiting a response to. We've got outstanding recommendations pertaining to the treatment, to the abuses of children with disabilities in ESE classrooms and in ESE program schools, and it is absolutely pertinent to that.
I understand. I'm just asking that you not bring us specific words from a parent as part of your report, because it doesn't, unless the committee took a motion on that being delivered to the board as part of your report, it's really not appropriate for you to bring that as part of your committee report.
I've never been told that as part of a report that we have to bring a motion.
I'm saying what you discussed at the meeting, what you motioned and recommended to the board, those are things that would be appropriate to bring to the board as part of a committee report. Anything else, if you want to provide information to the board, certainly you may email us or
well, I would like to take my 5 minutes, of which I've got 51 seconds
we
left
haven't
to
taken
bring
any of
to
your
you.
time back and forth. The time
Sure,
has been
no, I
stopped since I interrupted
But this
you.
is my committee report. We've brought recommendations to the board that are still under consideration.
Okay,
and these
before you go on, because I
highlight
want
why.
you to use your time, I'm going to ask Ms. Myrick, is there something that I'm not saying that is unclear, or?
These incidents highlight why we've asked for those
I
recommendations.
appreciate that. I do appreciate that. But,
Right.
but bringing a specific quote from a parent is probably not appropriate in a committee report. I don't think it's something that we've done before
We're
in a committee
parent
report.
body.
I would agree, Ms. Brinkworth. Additionally, these individual cases have been discussed with you before. One of these cases was withdrawn, so it's not even on the agenda anymore.
I'm talking about the Tamarack Elementary case.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm going to ask you to just wait one moment, please. Ms. Myrick?
And the Tamarack case has been discussed before you. And so I think that the report needs to not be on an individual, what an individual parent said, again, unless it was voted on at the advisory committee.
Okay, thank you.
How about I will leave it here.
Thank
Each
you.
of you.
Hold on 1 second. You can restart the time. Yes.
Each of you is meant to appoint a representative to attend our ESE advisory meetings. If you don't wish to hear from me in the 5 minutes that I've waited 2.5 hours to deliver my report in, how about your representatives come to our meetings? We've had 2 so far this year. Some of you we didn't have any representation at all last year. So maybe if you don't wish me to make 2.5 hours to deliver a 5-minute report and you also don't come to our meetings, then how about we resolve it that way and you do, you or your representatives, because we spent longer debating what I can say, what I can't say, rather than listening to what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, that this board is very interested in what you have to say during your 5 minutes of committee report. It is also very important that we follow proper decorum and that the committee report is a report of the committee. And I'm going to ask you not to come back to the microphone, please. But what I'm going to say is that we as a board are apologetic about the fact that the committee reports were delayed. But when we have an item before us, we had a delayed time certain as well, and we do our very best, I do as chair, to bring the committee reports as soon as the G3 item is completed. Next committee report, please.
Good afternoon, school board members and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Carolyn Crone, and I am the chair of the District Advisory Council. DAC is off to a great start this year. We have had 2 general meetings, attendance has been strong, and district staff has been generous with their time, always willing to answer our questions, communicate district initiatives, or collaborate with us on important issues that impact students and families. The first area advisory meetings of the year were held in the middle of September, and thanks to Dr. Wanza, we had over a 90% principal participation. We hope that the district leaders continue to support advisory and communicate the expectation to principals that every school have a real SAF chair. SAF chair attendance was strong, but would not have met the 50% plus 1 quorum that you are considering for a requirement for advisories to meet to conduct business. This will be a completely unattainable goal for us. The North, Central, and South area chairs, as well as DAC, are represented on the district's calendar committee, and as always, we have been striving to do our best in communicating the calendar choices for next school year to our different stakeholder groups. The Central area chair developed her own online survey that we shared through area advisory groups. SAF chairs took the information and survey link back to their schools, and we've already received input from more than 12,000 stakeholders. If advisory volunteers can create a simple survey and garner over 12,000 responses in a very short period of time, imagine what the district could do by creating their own online stakeholder survey, not just for employees. This is a topic that everyone wants to weigh in on, and we know that as a board, this feedback has always been important to you. The following motion regarding dual enrollment limitations was presented at our September 11th DAC meeting. It passed unanimously. We move that the district form a committee to do an in-depth analysis of prior year participation in the dual enrollment program for purposes of determining if the reduction or elimination of non-primary participation would make room in the budget for more primary participation and therefore eliminate or loosen the need for indiscriminate limits on the number of courses which students may take. Non-primary here means dual enrollment classes which are not meaningfully related to a student's field of study and or dual enrollment classes for subjects which are offered as an AP, ACE, or IB class at the student's high school. The committee shall include a representative from the District Advisory Council and the Gifted Advisory Council. This motion is a result of the arbitrary limitations that were placed on registration of college dual enrollment courses available to students beginning this school year. We realize that these restrictions were needed based on budgetary limitations, but these arbitrary limits do not take into consideration the particular needs of some of our students.
We have inquired if there was any oversight being done in the program to reduce or eliminate overstepping, so perhaps the limitations wouldn't be necessary or as severe. We have also requested from Secondary Learning a list of what college-level classes are available for students at each high school. Example, students who attend high schools with extremely limited offerings of AP and ACE courses will never have the same opportunity for acceleration. Considering that there are quite a few of these schools, how can these restrictions be placed on these students be fair and equitable? Example, an 11th grader is allowed 2 dual enrollment courses per semester at Broward College, FAU, or UF, but only one of those courses can be taken on the college campus or online. The other course must be taken on a high school campus. Let's be honest, many high schools don't offer an array of college courses on campus, and it's not easy for Broward teachers to become adjunct professors and/or fairly be compensated. So in reality, in many cases, the number allowed for a junior is 1 class per semester. There are extremely talented artists in every school, but many might not have the classes and instruction that are needed for them to work to their potential and produce the kind of portfolios that can get them into the best schools. Is there any way to stay within the budget required by eliminating overstepping, but to do it in a fair and equitable way rather than applying arbitrary limits, considering our new strategic plan emphasizes student focus in its core values? We look forward to hearing back from you and continuing our collaborative efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. Thank you for advocating for teachers. I here stand before you today to talk about a few things related to our 3 units in the district, our teachers, our TSPs, our ESPs. Right now we are in negotiations for all 3 units, and we put proposals across the table, and the district has come with nothing. And I hear conversations on compensations for everybody except rank and file. And the rank and file is what makes the Broward County Public Schools, Broward County Public Schools. I know strong leadership is important. We're not saying it isn't. But with the strong leaders comes the backbone that makes the strong leaders stronger. And yet it gets forgotten again. I sat and watched for over an hour and a half, go back and forth on wage adjustments and increases and so forth. And it passed. Again, the timing was not right. We're in negotiations for all rank and file in the district, and you came to the table with nothing. And we stand again another year, and we hear supervisors, directors, and all sorts of other people that are not rank and file getting wage adjustments, salary increases. They're talked about that they do all this extra work. Well, what about all the extra work our teachers are doing, our ESPs are doing? The night activities, the weekend activities, the before school activities, the after school activities, and they don't get compensated. I have to file grievances to ask for money that's due to them. I ran the club all year long. Here's my minutes. Here's our field trips we did. Here's the activities we did. Oh, but I'm not paying you because it's a club I decided I don't have to pay you. If I heard that 1,000 times, that's a minimal amount of time that I've heard it. We have 14,400 teachers. We have 3,000 ESPs, and we have about 500 TSPs. And everybody in those 3 units work above and beyond every single day to make Broward County Public Schools function. Every time I walk out this board meeting and I make comments, I get people in the rank and file that I don't personally know because there's 18,000 of them, and I'm a TSP, I'm an ESP. Thank you for standing up for us. We're doing this position. I work overtime. I do this. I do that. They add to my job description. They give me more work, but they don't give me more money. I cannot tell you how many claims I've already filed these past few weeks for my TSP unit. their job description says this, and their directors and supervisors tell them to do this. Oh, and we're not going to pay you extra. We had people doing the jobs, and I thought we're doing them decent, and we're moving other people into these positions so they can get compensated more. I asked you guys to table it, to check it out, to see what was wrong with the people that were doing the jobs before, but you just pushed things along. Why don't you do me a favor? Can you give direction to your negotiations team and push our raises along? Can you do that? That would be nice.
Given the size of our salary budget, and the fact that we hire teachers at...
Ms. Fusco?
It's part of my report.
I understand, but we don't allow things to be delivered through electronic device. You can deliver your
I would
report.
like the public to rehear Judy.
If you want to make a comment.
Giving examples, I'm making a comment. Giving examples of how you cut teachers' positions, we're over in class size, and they found money.
Turn the device off, please. Turn the device off, please. Thank you. You can certainly state what your concern is, but please turn the device off. Thank you.
Can I see the policy where I can't have a device speak for me? What if I was verbally impaired this morning? Can I please see the policy? Can I ask my time to be halted, and can I see the policy that I cannot have a device speak for me? I can't imagine that there's a policy. If there is, I will honor it, just I'd like to see the policy. I think it's important that people hear that it was at a workshop last Tuesday, a week ago yesterday.
Thank you.
There's a policy?
No, I'm asking him to restart the time.
Well, wait a minute, I want to see the policy because it needs to be heard from the
please.
mouth of babes. This is not Anna Fusco saying it. This is your CFO that got up there and spoke confidently and wholeheartedly that we lost teachers, and the
Ms.
new
Fusco.
teachers that we hired were hired at a lower income.
Ms. Fusco, I need to know whether or not we're going to restart your time or...
Well, okay, how about this? Let me have an answer. Is there a policy on the device? If there's a policy...
Well, by policy, we don't allow people to give reports or reports to be made through a device, through an electronic device. It's my understanding that that's in the policy.
That is correct.
So, can I see it in writing?
I would be glad
Or
to
the
provide
policy
it.
number, and I'll have my research analyst look it up.
I will be glad to provide it after the board meeting.
Of course you will.
Ms. Fusco, I'm going to ask you, would you like me to restart your time to finish your comments? You could certainly reference what you're trying to play for us.
That's fine. I'll get it out a different way.
Okay, thank you.
It would have been a minute here, and I'll make sure I get it out there tons of minutes. My time.
I know now,
You don't
Dr.
want to give me
Neesmith
any
is up
extra
here.
time. I understand. You already tried to stifle me all morning. That's okay.
I don't think that's an accurate characterization of what occurred here this
No,
morning.
not you personally.
Thank you.
Let me correct myself. Can I start?
As soon as he sits down and starts the timer, yes, go ahead.
Oh, he's the timer? I thought it was up there.
No. Thank you.
Okay. Teachers were released last year. They didn't hire enough teachers this year. The teachers that they did hire with a much less salary, they found over $400,000 to compensate people that are already making six-figure digits, and it can be done. We're always hearing it can be done for everyone else. Can you direct the negotiations team to say it can be done for our units, please? We're overworked. We're getting exceeding amount of mandates. Nothing's being pulled off. Extra meetings, extra time. We want to do PD. We want to do PLCs. We're not saying we don't want to do it, but we do want time to plan, and we want to just be able to teach. And we should be compensated fairly for it. Stop forgetting the rank and file.
Thank you. Any additional committee reports? Okay, Mr. Runcie, you have a report, and then we have a closed door.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief on just one item, which is follow-up on conversations that we've had about attendance. I came up during a workshop and how we could make it somewhat easier for parents, so we've made an initial step that I'll go through and present to you today. The Florida legislature has found that poor attendance performance is associated with non-attendance. Broward County Public Schools is seeking an active role in promoting attendance as a means of improving student performance. It is a responsibility of the parent to report their child's absence to school. Traditionally, the methods to report an absence include a call to the attendance hotline or bringing a written notice to school. Today, we are making it more convenient for parents at our traditional schools by providing an online reporting option for excused absences through the school's website. With the new online option, parents...
Hold on, I'm sorry, Mr. Runcie. Dr. Neesmith and those in the back who are having conversations, I'm going to ask you to take it outside, please. It's difficult for me to hear Mr. Runcie. He's sitting right next to me. Thank you. Continue, please, Mr. Runcie.
With the new online option, parents can fill out a form and then get a confirmation of the information they submitted. They simply go to the school's website, go to contacts, and select report an absence. The Student Services Department Attendance Program has created this new option to make it easier for our parents to report an absence. Here's a short video that describes the new option.
Attendance counts all day, every day. It is typical for a student to have a few absences each school year. Broward Schools has a new method for reporting your child's absence. When your child must be absent, you can report the reason through the school website. From your child's school website, when you need to contact the school to report an absence, go to Contact, then select Report an Absence. Click on the link to report an absence online and fill out the form. When you use the online form, parents will receive an email confirmation that includes the information you submitted. Attendance counts all day, every day.
And you know, and I just wanted to say that we continue to work with DAC. They made a number of recommendations. We have been working with them, IT and other departments, to implement changes and create consistency across all of our school websites, so that's ongoing work. The video and other attendance resources may be found on the Student Services Department website under attendance. Attendance reporting information will be shared through ParentLink and via social media, so we'll work on communicating and letting our parents know this is another option and a way for you to actually go and report these absences. I just want to give a special thanks and shout out to Philip Shaver, who's a coordinator of attendance for the district, for championing this effort. So thank you so much, and that's all I have for my report, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. At this time, the school board will recess its board meeting for a closed-door session and a working lunch. This will be approximately 1 hour, and I would request that all those not attending the closed door please exit as expeditiously as possible so that we can get to the closed door and then back to the business of the board.
Ms. Brinkworth, am I going to be able to stay on the line during the closed door?
No, we as a board have discussed this before, that we do not allow remote participation in closed door activities.
Okay.
Thank you. This meeting is now recessed until 10 minutes till 2. Thank you. Good afternoon. This school board meeting is now reconvened. May I now have a motion and a second on item G6?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert. May I have a second, please? Second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on G6. Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert, followed by Ms. Levinson, and then Ms. Korn.
I did get the, whoa, that's loud. I did get the answer via email, but I did want to say I appreciate staff's quick response with this, as well as the response that we were able to give to the Margate News. It's always earlier the better when you get the information to them, so I appreciate that. And the one situation where I was not really sure what our policy was is if somebody was not reading endorsed and they were named the reading coach for a school, how that worked. So if you quickly want to say like the 2 sentences, we can get it on the record and be done. Reading coach? Okay, thanks. Make it easy for you, Susie.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Susan Rockelman, Director of Talent Acquisition. The reading coach that is out of field is allowed by the job description to have up to 2 years to add the reading endorsement. The school did advertise and go through the process. The cadre director did participate in those interviews, and the person selected was the best candidate. One had some experience at that school as the English language arts teacher, working closely with the former reading coach, developing curriculum and everything. So it was kind of a nice career continuum for the teacher to take on, especially when they did not have a large pool, if any, reading appropriately certified people that could take on that leadership role.
Great, I appreciate that. And actually, my other question really was, you just answered it as well, which was, are they giving any extra help, any mentoring, which you just answered. So that's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Sue, I'm sure you cannot guess what my question's going to be.
I'm just waiting on edge.
For the life of me, I can't understand how that number, the gifted number, has gone up again. I bring this every year. We talk about how we're going to make sure that our teachers are gifted, endorsed. We just had a wonderful gifted symposium last week. 1,000 people there. We talk about how it's important to the districts, and we don't seem to solve the problem year after year. I want to know what the plan is going to be, and it's not Ms. Rockelman's job to tell me what the plan is going to be, Mr. Runcie. I bring this up every year. I'm told by the Innovative Learning Department, where Gifted is, that there's going to be a plan they're going to figure out. Meanwhile, we went from 114 out of field to 176. That's not a plan. Is there anyone here to answer?
I know Dr. Diamond was going to join us.
I mean, I really don't even want an answer at this point, because it's the same answer every year and it doesn't change.
All right, I'll work with staff, and we'll bring a strategy to a workshop with the board on what we're going to do on that front.
I mean, when we talk about exceptional student education, gifted students are exceptional student education as well.
Let me catch Dr. Bannon.
Just make a positive comment that as far as getting the numbers down with elementary out of field and some of these other areas, I think you all have done a terrific job.
Thank you. So we hear you. We are continuing to look into it. I'll take the superintendent's remark as we will have a prolonged response to you. As you did note just now, we have worked very hard at the elementary level in order to ensure, through a combination of increasing the number of certified teachers, but also making sure that campuses assign gifted children to gifted certified teachers in order to reduce the out-of-field number. At the secondary level, it becomes harder with new teachers in particular, because when they first come in, they are working on their initial certification within their subject area, and they are assigned to a broader swath of teachers, because they have anywhere from 6 to 8 teachers, and within their subject areas, their core domains. It is hard to make sure that every new teacher or teacher changing assignment is getting only kids, because what that leads to then is a form of soft tracking within the school. So as we try and do both inclusion and certification, we have found that at the secondary levels it's getting very hard. So we have a task force that's meeting on this and will be coming to the board with a plan.
Any additional comment from my colleagues on item G6? Yes, Ms. Rupert.
Dan, it was just something that you said, which I appreciate. Being gifted endorsed, I thought that my ESOL and my gifted, well, besides the reading, were the most important classes, endorsements that I took because it made me a better teacher. And so many teachers are busy with their time and they just think one more thing, I don't want to take one more thing. But I think we need to kind of flip it around and say, you know what, have some people talk that have the endorsements and say, you know, I am able to do X, Y, and Z, more project-based, more creative inquiry, whatever it may be. But I think if you make it more amenable instead of get this done, I truly, those two endorsements made me a better teacher, and you don't realize it because the instructional practices that you work on and the lesson plans, they make it better for every kid in your class. And that's what's really got to be stressed, is that not only will this make you a better gifted teacher for the gifted kids in your class, but it's going to make your class better overall. So I don't know if that would help, but I was thinking about that when you were speaking to Ms. Rich Levinson, that sometimes I think we need to change the message if it's not working so well.
We're trying to figure out from teachers who have yet to be certified but need to be certified, what are the obstacles to reaching that. So our marketing must get better, but we've also got to have better pathways to get them there.
Right, and could some teachers, do a little video clip or something that says, it made me a better teacher, I was able to use all these things. I know that they're bogged down, but truly was well worth it to do all those, and it does make you a better teacher, so try and thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
I was just going to say that I totally agree with you, and we had Sally Reese as our keynote speaker at the Gifted Symposium, and she again re-emphasized that the strategies we are using for all learners originated in gifted education. And so that's another reason why it's so important that these certifications are taken care of.
And gifted is a very difficult certification to explain to people for the very reasons the two board members have just highlighted, which is it's not about a content knowledge, it's about a way of teaching. It is a pedagogical certification as opposed to a content-based certification.
The PBL, the project-based learning that we're talking about, that's tier 3 in gifted education. That's taking it to that level that we're now talking about for all children.
Any additional questions or comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of item G6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
I'm here, Heather.
Thank you. Let the record reflect Ms. Bartleman is on the line. Item G6 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item CC1, please?
So moves.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on CC1. Colleague input on CC1. All in favor of CC1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Aye.
Item CC1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item CC2?
2, 3, 4?
We'll do 2 and then 3 and 4.
Oh, okay.
Moved by Ms. Good. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on CC2. Seeing none.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Yes, CC2.
Oh, no, I'm good, thank you. You're waiting.
We're on CC2 right now. Good afternoon. So I know we have had conversation about this previous to now, but I just have a question if this is something that we changed. Where it says preferred qualifications and experience, and it says an earned master's degree from an accredited institution in education, business administration, or educational administration / leadership. And then it has also as a preferred qualification, endorsement or certification in educational leadership. So in minimum qualifications, you can have a bachelor's degree in anything, and you can have minimum of 8 in the last 10 years, as it reads there. You must have prior experience as a classroom teacher and a valid professional educator certificate, and so on and so forth. So I guess my question is, if the minimum qualifications allow you to have a degree in anything with that type of experience, are we limiting the pool for preferreds, for somebody to get that job, to be seen as a preferred? Like, if I have this degree and my colleague is also applying and they don't have this degree, but they have equivalent experience, is that person going to be, what I want to make sure we're not doing is we're not tailoring the job to someone. I'll just say it as plainly as I can.
Just to clarify, your question is, are we limiting ourselves, Rose Hall, Director of Compensation, HR Support Services. Your question is, are we limiting the pool of qualified candidates by?
That really isn't what my question was, so let me
Okay.
say it again.
Okay.
So when we have the preferred qualifications and we put those specific degree in from an accredited institution and we put those specific fields as the preferreds, is it in any way going to be steering that to a particular individual is what I'm asking. If we're limiting what their degree could be in. Because we have an additional endorsement or certification in educational leadership, which seems very specific as a preferred.
So in order to qualify for candidacy for this position, just looking at education, you have to have a bachelor's degree.
In anything.
In anything, right. What we're saying is those candidates that have a master's degree in the area specified would be more preferred. It doesn't mean that you have to have those to qualify. We're saying that at a minimum, you have to have a bachelor's. Those candidates that have a master's in the area specified would be more preferable.
Okay. No, I understand that, but the business administration being thrown in there with the education, I guess I just had a question about why that one, why there are certain ones listed and others are not when the other one is wide open, when we have other things that are very specific to education. Minimum qualifications: must hold a valid professional education certificate, prior experience as a classroom teacher. Those things are very specific. So I was curious, why, did we as a board ask you to change that? Is that something that you changed? What was the reason for changing it, I guess, should be my question.
It actually wasn't a change from the last.
I understand.
From the last presentation.
No, I
but
understand.
You did ask us to open it up and make it open to more candidates and not to narrow ourselves, and we didn't want to create this job description to be focused on a certain group of people or individuals. And so in looking at that, adding that business administration piece, because this is a director level position, it does require that, it would be it would be preferred that someone has that experience or that background.
Right, but then we eliminated or related field. So I could have a master's degree in communications, and I could meet all the other qualifications, and I'm competing with someone who has a master's degree in business administration, and that person is going to be preferred over me?
Now, we were asked to take out or related field out.
Okay.
So
I wanted to know if that was direction from the board, because I
Correct.
couldn't recall, and I did not go back and watch the
Correct,
tape.
that was.
Okay.
Because it was like, the question was, what is the related field in that area? So it was asked to remove, we were asked to remove that.
Okay.
Heather, I have a question on this one.
All right, just a minute.
Okay.
Okay, I guess, that answers my question. Ms. Bartleman?
I don't think business administration has a place in here, actually. And I don't know why that would be preferred. To me, for this position in charge of all of school climate and discipline for the whole county, that wouldn't be a preferred for me. The preferred would be education administration, leadership. So I don't even support having that in there because it does sound like you're cutting it out for somebody. Because we don't, with principals, we don't ask them to, or our cadre directors, or anyone like that, they don't have business administration. They have ed leadership, they have education. So I think I'm going to make a motion to remove business administration under preferred.
If it so pleases the board, I think they can strike the business administration from the preferred and just stick with the education administration, which is more common in relation to our school leaders that get, that are administrators that would have the masters in ed leadership or something of that nature, if you so desire, if the board so desires.
Okay, so Heather, can I just, because it doesn't mean that someone with business administration can't get the degree. It's just that this is what I was talking about before, and I got emails from staff about the qualifications for the positions that we just discussed and how people are questioning it. You've got someone in charge of climate and discipline for the whole county, and preferred business administration doesn't belong in there. It's about education. It's about educational leadership. So I'm not disqualifying someone, but it just sticks out like a sore thumb how that can be preferred. So I'm going to motion just to remove that.
Is that your motion, Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bartleman has made a motion to strike business administration under preferred qualifications and experience, where it currently reads an earned master's degree from an accredited institution in education, business administration or educational administration / leadership. Her motion is to strike business administration. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on the motion. Colleague input on the motion. Yes, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Is there anywhere that it's social work or counseling? Is it part of the performance responsibilities, the essential ones, or the preferred? And if not, would that be more apropos than business administration? Because we're talking about district interventions, school climate, student discipline. It's your guys' baby, so you tell me. Is that something that would create better candidates, or you don't think you need it?
Well, for this particular department, for school climate and discipline, I mean, the student support services or student services is the department with the school social workers, and that would be more fitting for that department. But I think as written with the recommendation to remove the business administration, I think that would still get us a pool of candidates, and they'll be qualified for this role.
Okay, so when you look at the position goal, you feel that someone, they'll have an education background, or what do the other ones say? College career ready, all right, I'm okay with taking business administration out. I just was wondering if you needed to put the other in, but 100% agree with you all on, because you're the experts on this, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
When I initially saw this, I thought maybe it was a typo in that it was public administration instead of business administration, which would make more sense to me, because in this position, you have to deal with all the other disciplines of public administration, law enforcement, nonprofit, mental health, and I think that's one of the things we actually fail to do in public administration. That's one of my biggest critiques, that we all solve the world's problem in silo. But with a department like this, for me, it's very important that the individual understand how important all those other disciplines of public administration is to this work and their perspective, and involving and working with them, so that we are really providing these services in a comprehensive way, where when we're looking at climate and discipline, that person is able to use resources like from the Broward, Behavior Health Board, the United Way. So I actually thought that it it should have been public administration instead of business administration. So after we deal with Ms. Balderman's motion to remove business administration, I'm going to make a subsequent motion to add public administration.
Ms. Levinson?
I think that's an excellent idea, actually, public administration. How does staff feel about that, about putting public administration instead of business administration?
So I was in support of business administration, so.
Okay, so could you explain first your support of business
It was just
administration?
the background I have in administration. I think that's really beneficial along with my education experience that prepared me for operations, navigating, personnel, dealing with budget, those type of things. But it is important because it's business. There's some business management that has to take place in that. So someone with an MBA, as well as educational experience, be it teaching or the like, but something with discipline and climate and the number of, if it's supposed to advance in this program, there's discipline, there's promise, there's a number of things. So I think that would be beneficial. Now, what I see in looking at it a little bit closer when we were at the last meeting, I knew or related field was the concern, but I do see that we took out the entire line where it says degree majors include one of the following areas: business administration, public, educational administration, or related field. And so I do remember the conversation being take out or related fields, but we took the entire thing out and put business. It should be public or business. That's my take on it.
Did you say both? I'm sorry.
I agree. I think it should have both.
So Dr. Hickman is saying from his perspective that he believes that business administration and public administration should both be included, and you're saying in that first bullet?
As preferred.
As preferred?
Yes.
Okay, and on the floor right now, we have a motion from Ms. Bartleman, seconded by Ms. Rupert for eliminating business administration. Ms. Bartleman, do you have any additional comment?
I think the public administration, along with the education, is the right fit. I still disagree with the business. I'm looking at this. This person really needs to have, they're doing MTSS, RTI. I mean, public administration will have enough of the expertise to run what you're speaking of, but you don't need an MBA to do this. What you need to do is have a clear understanding of, behavior and how to run a school and how to work with teachers and how to create programming. As a matter of fact, you didn't even put anything in there about having any background in behavior, once again, when this is the lead in the behavior intervention recommendation process and student assignment. That's one of the bullets, the lead. But you have no requirements for psychology or behavior or any of that. That just gets pushed aside. So, again, I'm going to say this again, and I wrote an email to Mr. Runcie. The biggest problem right now I'm hearing from teachers is school-wide discipline. I'm hearing issues in the classroom. If you speak to Ms. Fusco, teachers are getting hurt. You have to have people that have an understanding of functional assessment of behavior, who understand, applied behavior analysis. This is the most important job. This is persons establishing everything. And when you say MBA, it doesn't work for me. It makes me think that you are carving it out for someone. Because it doesn't, in education, I'd like to find a job description where it's MBA when this all has to do with again, shaping students' behavior and working with community and connecting the resources. That's why public administration, to me, is a good fit. So I'm not leaving business administration in there.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional comment on the motion to remove business administration from the first bullet of preferred qualifications and experience? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Motion fails. Dr. Osgood?
I would like to make a motion to add public administration as well.
And moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert, to add public administration to the preferred qualifications and experience bullet, first bullet. Audience input on the motion? Colleague input on the motion? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes unanimously. Any additional conversation on the item CC2 as amended?
Yes, I'm just not going to support the whole item because I disagree. I don't know why you would need someone with the MBA. And again, for someone who oversees all of recovery, I would like to see more attention to applicants who are well-versed in preferred qualifications in behavior. And I will forward Mr. Runcie those emails. And I'm disappointed that when we have these conversations, and maybe I need to sit down with you to understand your vision, Dr. Hickman, that anyone who has any degree in applied behavior analysis and understands behavior, it's a science. And I just don't see how you ignore those factors. And I'm still uncomfortable with the MBA. And it'll be interesting to see who gets the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. I will say this about leaving business administration in and adding public administration. If you look at the bullet under minimum qualifications and experience where it says prior experience in one or more of the following disciplines, what is a little bit problematic there for me is I see a lot of them that pertain directly to this job, but then I see business administration is in there. So if it's one or more, it seems like we could find someone for this job that only has business administration, right? They would have a valid professional educator's certificate, they would have classroom teacher, but they wouldn't necessarily have the substance abuse prevention, violence prevention, student behavior, those types of things that I believe, with respect to what Ms. Bartleman is saying, are an integral part of the role for the person who is going to be doing this job for the entire district. So I guess that's the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause. And I think that you're hearing loudly and clearly what the board is saying with regard to the type of person that needs to be in this role in order to serve the students and to serve the district. So what are your thoughts around that prior experience bullet? Do you have any thoughts around that?
Only based on what you were sharing, I see that as one or more of the following, right? And
Yes.
so one or more of the following is the minimum qualification. But if it was someone that would be preferred, then they would have earn a master's degree in education, public administration, now business administration, or admin leadership and related fields. The response to the earlier concern is that there is student behavior in there, and they do need to have prior work experience dealing with students with behavior. Unless I missed the point.
Well, because what I'm pointing out is that you can have prior work experience in one or more of the following disciplines. So you could just have prior work experience in business administration and have been a classroom teacher and hold a Florida professional educator certificate.
Well, let me say this. We're trying to source the best candidates we have, and the concern I have is that, sometimes we try to write these job descriptions to a level of detail that we end up creating other challenges for ourselves. We absolutely understand that we're not going to go pick one of these for a candidate. We've got to bring somebody forward that's qualified. We have to get this work done, and we need to get it done by qualified individuals. And so I understand the concern you're saying, but we don't look at this as like a legal endeavor, if you will, that we will start parsing this exactly. We're going to look holistically at the candidates and bring them in front of the board, because at the end of the day, you holding us accountable to get this work done. We got to get the best people we can find without writing these things in a way that we then limit. It causes another problem that we can't source the candidates we have, and I've seen that a number of times so far, and recently we had a case. But.
Okay, so understanding that comment, what I will say to you is that as a board, we have nothing other than the ability, if there is good cause, for us to not vote yes on something that you bring forward for an appointment. So knowing that I and at least one of my colleagues have said that we need to be making sure that we're finding someone that is, I'm saying you're committing to us as a board that you're looking for someone who has those qualifications.
That's absolutely correct. As many and or all of these things, if at all possible, and more. That would be our goal.
Okay.
Heather?
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
the reason why I'm especially concerned, if you look at the last item and you looked at the minimum qualifications that the people were supposed to have, some of those applicants, they didn't have that behavior health. They didn't have those degrees. They didn't have any of those. They worked in centers. They may have been teachers. So to me, the job description is so important. Now, they were sitting there for their jobs, and I wasn't going to pick through, like, well, this isn't if you looked at the minimum, the degrees that were required, they got in kind of, some of them, it wasn't, to me, like, and that's a question of some people out there now that are bringing this to my attention, that we're hiring people that don't necessarily match the minimum qualifications. And so for me, the job description is really important. I don't want to be here 3 months from now and, well, you left in MBA, so that's enough. I mean, it concerns me because then I can't not approve it. Like, I saw the glitch in the last item, and I had to approve it. So to me, it's really important, and this is really important to our teachers and our students and their safety. And I don't understand. We just talked about how important certifications were, and I feel like the appreciation for someone who is a behaviorist, whose sole purpose in schooling is behavior, and all of those things, it's just, I don't see where that's stressed here. So, I mean, not necessarily the job description, but just stressed in general. And if you look at what everything this person has to do, you're right. Someone with just an ed leadership degree now, just with with a education certification and maybe taught 1 year, got to MBA and got a business degree, can take this. And the budget is important, but it's not as important as everything else in here. So I don't want to leave loopholes. And to me, that leaves a loophole. I don't think people agree with me except you. It's fine. I'll vote no and stop talking about it.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item CC2 as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Item CC2 passes. May I have a motion and a second on items CC3 and 4?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on CC3 and 4? Okay. Does anyone else have questions? I had questions. Okay, so I was looking at the minimum qualifications for this, and can you just help me understand? So the question that I wrote is, does the minimum qualification mean that you can have an associate's degree with coursework and no valid state certification?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that is allowed to happen?
So, Dr.
Yes, Angela Utica, Director, Head Start. That is in accordance with Head Start performance standards. We reviewed them carefully, and it requires either a CDA or an associate's degree or higher. The associate's degree or higher is actually the preferred for Head Start, but if they don't have that, then they're required to have a CDA.
Okay, because we don't have preferreds for the CDA position anymore.
Correct.
They're all stricken through besides the bilingual skills.
We put it all into the minimum.
Okay. And then for CC4, can you tell me, I looked at the differences between the two roles, and they're both the same pay range. So can you just tell me what the difference is?
Yes, the CDA is the teacher assistants that work in the infant toddler program. We have 10 classrooms across the district, and it's strictly 0 to 2 years up until they turn 3 years old. And there's 3 CDAs in each classroom. The teacher assistant works with the 3 or 4-year-old program alongside a teacher, and it would be one person with the teacher.
Okay. And then for CC3, on the third bullet where it says maintain job-related certifications required by the state of Florida, but there aren't any that are a minimum qualification for this job? That's why I was confused.
I don't see that.
On CC, 3 on the third bullet down where it says maintain job-related certifications required by the state of Florida.
Does your AA surpass that?
Yeah, correct. That probably should not be there.
Okay. All right. So, because there isn't a certification that's required. If you have,
So for, well, so no, for the state of Florida, if you're working in a private provider, they require a CDA.
but for our job description,
For Head Start does not require it if you have an associate's or a bachelor's degree.
okay.
So this would expand our pool of applicants.
Right, but where it says maintain job-related certifications required by the state, that would be applicable to those who don't have the AA or AS
Correct.
degree? Okay, that's why I was confused.
Yes, so the CDA has an expiration date, so they would have to maintain it. But if you have the associates or the bachelor's, you're fine.
Okay, and there's not a blanket certification that everyone that does this role has to have?
No.
Okay. Did you have a question, Mr. Renzi? Well, that's why I was a little confused, because not everyone has to maintain a certification.
If you have this, if you have a CDA, a national CDA or a state of Florida CDA, there is an expiration date and you have to renew it every so often. I'm not sure how long, 5 years, 3 years or 5 years. However, as an associate, as you know, an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree, you do not have to renew. So you would not have to. If you qualify under the associates or the bachelor's, you would not have to do the renewal. But if you qualify under the CDA, then you would.
Okay, so I guess
So how do you make that distinction in this particular job description?
So we, as a department, keep track of all of our TAs and what their certifications are. So if they have a CDA, they supply us their certificate, and then we remind them when they need to recertify. And if they have an associate's or a bachelor's, then we're not concerned, because they don't have to recertify.
I'm guessing because it says job-related certifications required by the state of Florida, it's only required if you don't have an AS or an AA degree.
But under the minimum qualifications.
So Rose says maybe we can add if applicable. Would that clarify it more?
It says or here, yes. It
If
probably does need an if applicable, because it was confusing to me, and then it was just confusing to the superintendent.
Yes, and
but
that
you
was
see
in
it
the,
says
it
or?
was, yeah, we didn't change it from when we just were changing the qualifications.
Okay,
So we'll fix that.
all right.
In both, or just in this one?
It only was in one, I think. I don't think there's any mention of required certifications in the other. That's why I asked what the difference was, also. Okay, that's the extent of my questions. Does anyone have any additional questions? Although I think that now that I'm looking at CC4, it does say and must hold and maintain a valid certificate if they don't have the AA or AS. Does it have? I don't see a bullet in CC4 for that. And maybe I'm just not reading it fast enough.
It is there. It's on CC4, the must hold and maintain a valid state of Florida certificate. Oh, wait, this is CC4? Yeah, it's on the first bullet, where it says standard high school diploma, and then it says and must hold.
No, I'm talking about in the essential performance responsibilities, where it isn't for the
Right,
other one.
We can add it.
So do we need a motion for that? To add a bullet, to say? Yes. Ms. Rupert is making a motion to add maintain job-related certifications required by the state of Florida as a bullet on essential performance responsibilities on item CC4. It was seconded by Ms. Korn. Audience input? Colleague input? All in favor? All those opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. So we have CC3 before us, and then CC4 as amended. Any audience input on the amended CC4? All those in favor of CC3 as presented and CC4 as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item CC3 and CC4 pass unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I have a motion and a second on item EE1, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE1. I have Ms. Levinson.
I just wanted to recognize the Community Foundation of Broward and the Youth Work grant that we're applying for. I saw a recording the other day of it at work that Linda Carter had posted, and it's amazing opportunity, so I hope that we will be successful in getting that grant from the Community Foundation. And just wanted to mention the Verizon Innovative Learning Schools competitive grant that we're going after. And, you know, I think that's something as a board that we need to really focus on in the future. I know we added it to our emergency contact cards a few years ago about the digital divide. And I really think, Mr. Runcie, that we need to compile that data as a district. I'm assuming it's still on the emergency contact card, but we really need to do something to figure out what that truly is in this district. Because, you know, I have a mentee, for example, my new mentee, who doesn't have access. And so there are so many in this district who go to the library, and we really have to get a handle on it and figure out how we're going to address it.
So I asked Mr. Dunn to work with the Technology Advisory Committee to think about how we could get some data and figure this topic out. So that's on his radar screen of.
Well, we might want to start, as long as it's still on the emergency contact card, it still is.
Yeah.
If we could please leverage that, that was the reason to put it on there, and figure that out. That would be appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I can confirm that it's on there. I filled mine out. Ms. Korn, I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert, then Ms. Korn.
Thank you. I wanted to congratulate Park Ridge Elementary, Liberty, Pompano Beach, Robert C. Markham, and Bright Horizons for the Farm Bureau grants. And those are wonderful. Several of my other schools have had them, and appreciate the grants from the Farm Bureau. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn.
I just wanted to recognize at the school level the grants that were either requested or awarded. So the Action for Healthy Kids Game On Grant, which is a $1,750 award on the efforts of our Ramblewood Middle School teacher Stephanie Jones and bookkeeper Claudia Tribben. The American Heart Association Kids Heart Challenge had an $898 award thanks to the effort of our Business Support Center at Pembroke Pines Elementary, Charlene Lee. At Park Ridge Elementary, $250 was requested through the efforts of Barry Kluft through the Broward County Farm Bureau. Also, Broward County Farm Bureau, this was $3,500 actually awarded, and this was at several elementary schools that Ms. Rupert just acknowledged. At the Sunrise Middle School, Dollar General Literacy Foundation, $2,500 awards to the effort of our Sunrise Middle teacher, Glenda Townsland, and the Business Support Center, Elvina Frett. At South Plantation High School, a $500 award through the National Wildlife Federation Ocean Challenge grants through the efforts of Joanne Cantaloupe, our magnet coordinator, as well as our bookkeeper, Robin Saborin. The Denver Foundation has a $1,000 award to support the teacher appreciation activities at Rickards Middle through the efforts of our Business Support Center, Alicia Owens-Walden. And the Walmart Foundation has a $2,000 award going to Lauderdale Lakes Middle School through the efforts of our master coach, Nardine Fairclough, and our Business Support Specialist, Latrine Mosley. $1,000 award through the efforts of our teacher at Tamarack Elementary School, Leisha DeFelice, and the Business Support Specialist at the same school, Cindy Celestin. Again, that was $1,000 to the Walmart Foundation. And those are all the ones at the school level. So thank you to all of our Business Support Center and teachers and administrators. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item EE1? Yes, Ms. Rupert.
I just wanted to rectify a mistake on my part. Park Ridge Elementary Schools was requested, so they haven't got it yet, but knowing Park Ridge and Joe, I'm sure they're going to get it. So, thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item EE1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE1 passes unanimously. Let the record reflect Ms. Bartleman is on the line. It has come to my attention that I wrote my check marks too large, and E4 we need to call to the floor, please. Moved by Ms. Good.
Second.
Second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item E4. I have Ms. Rupert with comments on item E4.
E4, I think.
That was
I'm sorry, Miss. I wrote it in the wrong box. Yes, Ms. Korn.
Yes, thank you. So first, this is a big thank you for the support to the district. And I think we had gone originally from, 2 schools for 3 years in a row, and now that has been increased to 10 schools, so that's fantastic. That was last year, and then again for this coming year, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it was mostly just an award. In terms of the tracking of the impact, is there any type of tracking that we're doing just to see the level of success of the implementation of it, or is it more just an opportunity that we're affording to those students?
Mary Mulder, Food Nutrition Services Director. That's a very good question. And because this is our second year with those 10 schools, we are going to be able to put tracking devices in effect, how many students actually participate at that school level, the chefs that were there last year to this year, what their input was. To be perfectly honest with you, last year we were just thrilled that they reached out to us and they were covering the cost of not only the chefs, but any of the lesson planning. And that was huge for us. That was huge. As we move forward with this, we'll be able to track, and we're hoping that more schools will engage. The criteria is very stringent when WITS comes in. They do want the engagement with our cafeteria staff to occur not only in the cafeteria, but at some points coming down to the classroom. So it's a very thin line there on how we move forward with that. But our goal is to be able to expand the program. We do have some notes already for last year. I think there were some questions that came up and we responded to regarding how can we expand the program moving forward.
So thank you for that. I don't know what requirements there are within the grant for tracking, but I think it would be great for us to know what, what the benefits have been.
Sure.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment? Yes, Ms. Murray?
I would just like to say kudos to Mary for the effort that they have put into the cafeteria. I know many years ago we had some serious discussions about the reputation of our food and what parents thought about it, and we started off with the tasting in our schools, which really enlightened parents about food. And now to have this program, it's really far exceeds my expectations, and I know the kids have a great time with this experience. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment? All those in favor of item E4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Aye.
Item E4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE2, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on EE2. I have Ms. Levinson for comment.
Yes, my comment, I just wanted to thank Christy Bradford, curriculum supervisor in CTASE, and the CTASE department for this program for our adults with intellectual disabilities, the Grow Your Future program that's now currently at McFadder and is going to be expanding to Sheridan, increasing social skills, independent living skills, and employability skills. It's with culinary at McFadder, and it's going to move over to Sheraton to have automotive technology, early childhood education, and construction. And this post-secondary inclusive experience is a wonderful opportunity and truly benefits our students with intellectual disabilities. So I just want to thank them for this initiative and for its expansion.
Any additional comment from my colleagues on item EE2? All those in favor of EE2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE3, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE3. Seeing none, I have Ms. Korn.
Thank you. So I know this was revised since we had the walkthrough So maybe someone can help me understand why it was revised. I was actually going to give input in terms of how this was calculated, but before I give that input, it probably would be helpful just to understand how we went from the 1.64 million down to the 200,000.
Good afternoon, Mary Coker, Director, Procurement and Warehousing Services. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to revise the item. Normally, when we start with an item, we go back to historical data, and if you can see the amount that we've been spending in the last couple of years, we're all tied to the SMART program, the renovations of the gyms. So when we initially started this item, we identified this spend, but consequently, we're not going to have to renew those gyms again. So that amount that we had identified as historical spend is not really what the spend is moving forward.
Right.
So Sean and I worked together to identify a spend that would be equivalent to the needs of whether it be for accessories, equipment, or parts that would be related. And the identified amount that's remaining on the financial analysis worksheet is for the one school that is pending to be completed, which I believe is Northeast.
Yes. Okay, so thank you. My next question was just really around, in terms of like year after year maintenance and so forth, we have not put and do not put money into weight rooms. Other than what we did for the SMART program, this would have been a zero budgeted item. Is that correct?
Sean Serra, Director of Athletics and Student Activities. We do have Matt Schroeder manages the weight room repairs. There is a bid for that, and he has an allocated dollar amount annually that he puts forward to it. Fortunately, with the high schools, because we're in a period of time where everything is covered under warranty, I don't anticipate that we'll need that except for safety inspections and tightening up loose ends.
Okay. So just going forward in the future, because I appreciate, I'm not sure which of my colleagues brought this up at the review. It was actually my comment, but we have to be a little bit more careful, I think, in terms of just using what our historical spend has been when you're bringing forward a recommendation. Sometimes it aligns. There's another item, I think, that I have the same question, not the same question, but something where, yes, we obviously want to see that back up and we want to see the historical spend, but I think we just want to be cautious that that's really what we need, and we just kind of give that second thought to just not going through kind of the steps, but making sure that that aligns with what the specific contract is. So thank you all very much for bringing it back.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there is additional comment. Ms. Levinson, followed by Mrs. Alhadeff.
My comment was actually why we even have $200,000. We just redid all these weight rooms. I know you just said you're not anticipating. I don't know why we would have that amount on there as a spend authority to begin with.
Sean Serra, Director of Athletics and Student Activities. I would like to think that it had something to do with the effectiveness of the Smart Athletics rollout. We had 30 high schools that benefited from it through the SMART dollars, and now we have some middle schools, we have some technical schools, we have some alternative schools that have weight room facilities as well that would like to update their areas. Most recently, Driftwood Middle did a pretty comprehensive redo when it came to their area. Then we also have Wood and Rogers, we have Rickards Middle, we have some other schools that align to their curriculum that would like to pursue that opportunity. That's why we wanted to allocate at least some dollars so that if there is a school that had money within their operational budget that wanted to put it towards something like that, they would have the ability to do so.
Okay, so if that could be included in the backup in the future, when we're putting a lump sum amount, so we can have an idea what that money is going to. Because the initial thought is automatically to the high schools and the SMART bond. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff?
I had the same question.
Okay. Any additional question from my colleagues? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Good.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, in light of what you just said, so how are the middle schools going to be selected? How do they know?
They just reach out to us. I'll use Driftwood as an example. The principal reached out to my office because he knew that we had just done all the weight rooms. It aligned to his magnet curriculum that he's offering, and so I walked him through, introduced him to the 4 vendors, and he took it from there. And then he used his school dollars to purchase it.
School-based.
So it's a school-based decision, in
Yes.
other words? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Any additional questions from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Aye.
Item EE3 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE4, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE4? I have Ms. Korn on EE4.
Thank you. I guess my question here is, why was the format done differently on trying to figure out this from the financial? It seemed to me like the way it was, and I know we totally redid EE3, but just on how we originally calculated EE3, I was trying to follow how we were then presenting it in EE4. It seemed to me like there was a different format. So I don't know, maybe if I'm just reading it wrong, or it
I'm
was.
sorry, E3?
No, we're on EE4.
Sorry, EE4. I should have been speaking, to EE3. It looked like the format of how you were presenting the spend and the dollars, they didn't align. So here you talk about what the renewal would be, and then what was left on the current term, and then what you were forecasting. We didn't do that. So I was just wondering, it was just really a matter of how you're coming up with, I guess for me, that would have almost been a way of making sure that EE3 wouldn't have had, I guess for me, the miss that it had. Is my question not coming across?
Yeah, the question is, so good afternoon, board members. Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. There's an inconsistency in how the financial impact table is presented between the two items, and your basic question is why didn't we have the exact same format in both of the items? Is
Yeah,
that what
I just assume that you all have a practice in terms of, because I know you modified this a lot to do with the input we gave. So I was just wondering, is there a new method in which you're doing it? I don't care. It just is easier when we're reviewing it, just to determine how you all are looking at it. So it was really just more of a point of asking for you to consider the presentation of it. The information is very helpful, so.
So thank you for that
It was really
feedback.
just a comment.
Yeah, we try to have standards and we try to be consistent, and I'll take the error on not having this check prior to it coming forward to you, but we do try to adhere, especially given the feedback that you've given us the last couple of times on financial impacts. We're watching this closely, and this was just an oversight.
Yeah, and I don't want it to come across as an error per se. Maybe it isn't a standard, but it would be helpful if it was. So I guess that was really kind of the, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
I actually just wanted to compliment you all. I think these are really easy to read. It makes it much quicker for us to be able to go through this. You have the historical spend, you have the balance, you have the forecast, and it's very good. So I just really want to commend you, Ms. Coker, for putting that together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Aye.
Item EE4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE5, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE5? Seeing none, Ms. Murray, EE5?
Yes, I had gotten.
Use your microphone, please.
I had gotten a response from staff that answered my questions, but I still had a concern because, let me see what the questions I asked number 4. It was in regards to who's going to be responsible for entering the information.
Good afternoon. This is Darrell Diamond, Director of Innovative
Hi.
Learning.
Good afternoon.
This is nothing new. The process and the procedure remains the same with the new contract as it has since 2009. Currently, what we're using Destiny Follett for is for library media, for books that are going out, and also for textbook allocations. So it continues to be done at the school site. The good news about the upgrade is that now we'll be able to allow departments and schools to inventory other things besides just the textbooks and the library media. So there's
Yeah.
really no new input or no new skills that need to be done by anybody who's already used the
Okay, I
system.
realize that this has been in use since, I think, 2009, 2010. But I still, every once in a while, discover in school sites, textbooks still in boxes. And that's the big concern for me, because we spend a lot of money in purchasing textbooks and learning material, workbooks, and I think the system needs to be identified who's not using or who's using, or there's surplus in different places. I know past history, back in my time, books were a commodity that were hard to come by, and principals used to stockpile so they had what they needed. But today, I thought the understanding was that if we found, if someone needed them and they were housed someplace else, that they would be shared. But unfortunately, I don't see this happening. That's my concern. If we're auditing these and we're actually keeping them on file, there has to be some way to document that these books are actually being used. So I guess that's where I wanted to see. It's one thing to make a filing order, but how do we know that what's been sent out is actually being used in the classroom?
So, Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. Ms. Murray, you raised a really important question about efficiency. If we're going to pay for books, we need to make sure they're being used and not stockpiled, and that no school is short, right? So schools do place orders based on their enrollment, and that is verified through Pinnacle, which is based on the school's enrollment, and then we right-size that against the allocation of books that they've been done. If a school has a few books over, that's usually a good thing because there is some loss during the year, but we don't want the stockpiling of books. And we are able on an annual basis to compare the number of textbooks which have been procured and distributed to the school because of barcoding and now QR coding and other forms of digital tracking. We're able to track down to the individual book. The total number of books allocated should be within a margin of error, 5% or so, of the total enrollment by course, because textbooks and other instructional materials are allocated based on the enrollment within the course and not as the school as a whole. We will continue to try and get better about making sure that we find any place. Please let us know when you walk into a school and find a carton of unopened books. That is heartbreaking.
Yeah, I don't want to be a tattletale.
But
it's
we
just- it's a
need
concern.
people. We will be discreet, but
Okay.
we need to make sure that the books are being used.
Well, I think they'll see me coming now and lock the doors. But that's always been a concern, because some teachers, we send the books out based on the curriculum, and not all teachers follow the curriculum based on the textbooks that you send them because they find something else, whether it be online, because there is so much online that the kids don't have to delve into hard copies. It can move fast online. So, I just like some sort of a comparison to find out, are teachers finding the online information more valuable and useful than the hard copies that we continue to buy? Because before 2000, we were supposed to be going to a paperless system. Publishers were supposed to provide us with online material. I know they had to send out hard copies also because all students didn't have a computer, but at some point in time, we need a check and balance because we can't continue to spend the millions of dollars that we buy with hardcover books when we may be able to better use that money if teachers are using the online available material, and that's what my concern is.
In response, I do want the community through the board to know that we do have online digital resources. Anything that is physically procured should be available online. Had it come up in my house just last night, my son had forgotten a book at home, was able to pull it up online and get to the specific questions he needed. We will continue to struggle with the question of physically procuring books until we get to the issue of all students having equitable access to technology at home.
Right.
That's an ongoing discussion. I know it's come up earlier today. We'll continue to push that. And we also know that we will always have the pleasure of having individual books to read. The question really is textbooks. Should textbooks be? We need novels. We need novels in kids' hands. We need physical books at all ages. The question really is do our textbooks need to be so heavy in filling up their backpacks? And we'll be workshopping that later on. Dr. Diamond and I had a discussion about that
Okay,
this
good.
morning.
Okay. All right, so this one doesn't necessarily relate to you all, but prior to this contract, we didn't inventory expenses, anything under $1,000, but now I understand. Now, is that going to be at the discretion of the administrators, or are we going to send out a list of things that, like, let's pick on something. How about an office printer? You know, an individual office printer, which is only like $300 or $400. Will we now be inventory those?
Yes, we can. I think that Applied Learning is interested. Not only are schools interested, but departments as well. Musical instruments, STEM equipment, those are the things that now schools will be able to inventory.
Okay. Now, who's going to put all this in the system?
We will be training staff, and so that will be a school-based decision as to who they want responsible to do this.
Okay, when we talk to school staff, I mean, when we talk, so much has dropped under that $1,000 bracket now because of the market, and how reasonable expenses are to buy some of this stuff. Does it look like they have adequate staff to do this? Or are we looking at additional positions, just someone to have be a data entry person to?
So, Ms. Murray, the wonderful thing is that regardless of the dollar value, when an item ships, it's on a shipping list.
Okay.
Right? We are working with our vendors, and I want to compliment our procurement office so that we get not just a paper version, but an electronic version that can be read into the system. Schools
Okay.
should not have to be typing in what the thing is.
Good.
What the manual labor is going to have to be, and I don't have a way of automating this, someone's going to have to take the code, be it a barcode, a QR code or something, and attach it to the item so we can identify it individually. That will still have to be done, but it should be absolutely minimal labor. And once it's invested, we should receive a reduction in loss, a better maintenance effort, and people will be able to find where something is. The way you can say, Dan has a book checked out of the library, somebody can say, somebody has a video camera checked out, somebody has a saxophone checked out, and bringing the dollar value all the way down, in theory, to the smallest, we can track it. But we got to be reasonable, right?
Okay,
We're not going to track pencils.
I'm going to look to Ms. Coker and Mr. Woods to answer that.
Yeah, well,
Does
so-
this seem
yeah.
feasible? I mean, you know, the thing is, auditing has become so efficient as far as our school sites and everything, but now that we have a way of that we had eliminated so many things because trying to find them was a big issue in the volume. So now we have a way of actually tracking them, and I really believe it's when we purchase them is when we should be able to catch the numbers. So that way, things don't get moved around and we don't know where they ended up.
So, sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to clarify that a little bit. I believe that we're crossing hairs a little bit because there are assets that are that are under $1,000, and then there's textbooks and other things that are under $1,000. I believe that this tool may help us to track those items under $1,000, but I would like to confer or have a conversation with Juris, our auditor, to see how these overlap and what the expectation is going to be from an auditing of assets that are under $1,000, because that can create a significant amount of burden on the district.
yeah.
So I want to bring Juris into this conversation.
Okay, well, that's a good way to go, because when you start counting nuts and bolts, as I would say, it can become very encumbersome to do all that. So there has to be some way for the purchasing, and Mr. Woods, it's under you, to figure out a way that, you know, not all of those have numbers that we can identify when we buy this stuff, right? Because sometimes we code different things. So again, this sounds good, but again, it'll become, as we move on and we start asking questions about where's that $300 printer, or where's that $200 computer screen that we're looking for. So it could become very intense. So I just want to put the horse in front of the cart, should we say, so that we know what we're doing. I mean, this sounds great to me, because I've been involved in the inventory business many times in my career. So, again, because when we look at the cost savings, $1,000 seems like a lot of money, but when you look at what the cost under that $1,000 is. And it's bulk things that we buy that we are not accountable for, and we don't know where the heck this stuff is. So it's behooving to us, as we clean up everything, that we get really down to the nitty-gritty, which are those $10 items. I'm talking about $100 items, but that, when you look at we can't find and what the cost of some of the material is that disappears, and it behooves us to be able to set this up so that it really tightens everything up. Because again, you know, our goal here is to save as much money to be able to put it in the right places and not waste it or have it just walk out the door on us.
And if I
Thank you.
may add to that, Ms. Murray, just kind of put the icing on the cake, I think, under my office in warehousing services, we have a textbook warehouse where we do have auctions every week. We have teachers and people from the public come and buy the books, the textbooks.
Right.
And we also recycle them and we sell them.
Okay.
And we receive those proceeds back into finance.
Okay.
So we are constantly trying to move those around.
Okay.
The things that we also do is make sure that before we actually auction them, that we communicate through the Destiny program, through this actual system that the CPL staff in my warehouse use, to see if other schools may need them, right? Why purchase something when there's something sitting at the warehouse that we can just transfer?
Okay,
So we do
super.
that as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Ms. Levinson?
Question is, so it says here that the district already owns Textbook Manager, which is what you've been talking about, for the same number of sites, and upgrading to a bundle package. So what is the increase in the cost annually from the previous contract to upgrade to this bundle?
It's about $30,000. And we also were able to negotiate down $50,000 for the first year. So we're actually having a $50,000 savings for the first year.
So it's costing us $40,000 more for the first 3 years than what we paid previously.
It's approximately $10,000 increase yearly.
Right.
It was more, but we were able to get a reduced price.
Oh, $10,000 yearly.
Yearly, yes, so it's for 3 years, so it's approximately $31,000. And one of the benefits, basically, that really entices to, instead of extending the original contract that we had, but doing a new contract, was the additional features and tracking system that the Destiny system didn't have before. So they themselves upgraded the system, which provides a lot more features, functionality that can be used at the school level, as well as, you know, all the
District departments.
the district departments. So we felt that this is the sole provider for this Destiny system that's used nationwide, and we were getting additional resources. So, and we reduced the price by
Okay.
bringing forth a new agreement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. Again, I know one of my colleagues brought this up because of the revision. It went from pending to this will be executed after school board approval. Does that mean that the review is not pending any longer, that legal has actually reviewed it?
Yes, legal has reviewed it.
Perfect, okay. What's the requirement? I love the expansion, by the way. When I saw it, I thought, oh, what a great, I mean, I years ago walked through and saw what Destiny actually does, and it was really a matter of what's the utilization? How do we really create the efficiency in the district by using what's available to us? And I think one of the critical components was getting it to be used across the district. So with this expansion, what is the requirement? And I know it's much better than it was years ago, but where are we now in terms of utilization? And is there any requirement at a school level to use it?
Well, certainly if you're going to be in the library media section, you have to use Destiny in order to sign out books. Similarly, when textbooks are distributed to classrooms, that too has to be done. Everything is barcoded, so it's really just using a scanner. So it is a requirement for those two things. In terms of the enhancement, the expansion, people are coming to us saying, I would like to use this tool. We are going to be working with each individual department that wants to use it. There are templates that have to be made up, and we'll be doing that throughout the rest of the year as soon as we get this approved, and working with the different departments and schools to figure out how to utilize it So it really is going to be up to the end user to tell us that they want the training and that they want to use it, and we're hoping that we'll be able to build this as next year progresses.
Okay, so I'm very happy you got the discount. Obviously, that helps to buffer the fact that it should be costing more. But I just want to make sure, just because you have more doesn't necessarily make it better, and that if we aren't utilizing it, then we want to reevaluate once this contract. So a lot of times we look and we say, well, this is better than it used to be. But if we just have a better capacity, but we don't have a better usage, then it really isn't better than it used to be. So I just want to make sure that we consider that. I think it's a great tool to put in their hands, and hopefully we'll get that usage out of it. As I read this, it said that as of July 26th, we didn't have, so what have we been doing? It looked like there was a gap, and I may be reading it wrong, but it looked like there was a gap since July 26th.
So you're correct, because the previous RF stated that it ended in July 2019. Because originally we were going to extend this agreement, and we were working with the vendor, and we have a letter from the vendor where they gave us 3 months free. So they gave us August, September, and October free. That's why it's effective November.
Perfect. Did I miss that? Did you put that in the backup?
No.
Okay. So it would be great, two things. First, then you wouldn't have to take an extra question. And second, I think it's great to acknowledge that the vendor did that, right? I mean, the vendor put something else on the table, and I think it's worthwhile to recognize that they did that. So I think that's appreciative for us as a board to know, and then to be able to recognize them for doing it. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional questions from my colleagues? I have a couple. So when I was reading the Exhibit A, and in some locations, in some pages it says 222 locations, and some it says 224 locations.
It should be 224.
Okay, well, in some of them, like if you look at page 19, it says upgrade Destiny Textbook Manager, and then it says package for 222 locations.
19, on the exhibit.
Okay. That needs to be corrected.
No, it's 222 plus 2.
Oh, there's 2 down at the bottom.
Okay, and
24.
so what is different about those?
So from what I'm reading here, it says the 222 will have the Resource Manager bundle promo, and the other 2 locations will have the add-on Resource Manager promotion. And if you look at the bullet points, it has online documentation and help for both, Resource Manager for both. The difference with the one that has the 2 location does not include district already owns Destiny Textbook Manager for same number of sites, upgrading to bundle package. So it seems that these are 2 new locations, and the other ones are already existing locations that we're gonna upgrade. That's just from reading.
Okay, so 222 locations
In the
Already-
previous
already have it,
contract.
and then 2
Are gonna have
are
it
gonna
complete,
have,
the whole
and
thing.
then the Title Peak solution is for all 224 locations, because that's on page 23. I don't know if it's on a previous page to that, but that's why I marked it, was page 23. It says Destiny Library Manager for 224 locations, Title Peak Solution for 224 locations.
Yes, it's for 224 locations, everything.
Okay, and so just that differentiation is just there's 222 that have it,
Existing.
and we're adding 2.
2 more locations, yes.
Okay. And so the other thing that I noticed when I was reading, well, 2 things. I'll first go to page 31, where it says under School Board of Broward County Responsibilities, the list of sites would be documented in Schedule C, and I didn't see a Schedule C anywhere in here. It's possible that I missed it, but I looked a couple of times.
So there's a Schedule C here. I have a Schedule C.
Exhibit C.
Oh, Schedule C.
I didn't see a Schedule C. On page 31, it says, under SBBC responsibilities, provide a list of sites that will use the Destiny solution under the agreement. This must be documented in Schedule C of this agreement. I didn't see it.
I want to believe that, I'm sure we identified all the schools if allowed by the board, we can, as a follow-up, provide a response with that attachment, Schedule C, or a list of those schools. Because I know the purchasing agent had a list of the schools, of the 224, the 224 locations.
Okay, and then, thank you. And then, when I was reading, it said maximum of 12 people trained in many of the instances where it mentioned training. So what is the plan for rolling out training for this to be a district-wide initiative if we have a maximum, every single one of them it listed maximum 12 people?
I think we're going to end up doing a train-the-trainer model where we'll be utilizing those people who have been trained to assist us.
Okay, and so do you envision the training occurring at district level or school site people? The reason why I'm asking the question is because for me as a school person to have an understanding of how it works is probably, and I don't want to say more important, but I think it is more important than a district level person, because my questioning might be different being a school-based person about what my process is. So I would just say, if it isn't already part of the plan to include school-based people in the training, it probably is important to make sure that it's not just district people.
It's not going to be just district people. It will
Okay.
definitely include school-based personnel.
Okay.
And there's not that much of a learning curve from what we currently have to what we're going to. It's just this new functionality. The people who are already using the system know how to use the system.
So my question on that would be, the people that are already using the system for books, would they be the same people that would be utilizing it for musical instruments or the other things that we're looking to take inventory of?
Right, they could be. It did not necessarily, though. It's really going to be a school-based decision as to who they want overseeing that. And those are the people we will be training on how to do that.
Okay. I'm just looking really quick to see if there was anything else. No, I think that that's the extent of my questions. Any additional questions from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE5 indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Item EE5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second? I'm going to take EE6, EE10, and EE12.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items EE6, 10, and 12. Seeing none, colleague input. Seeing none, all in favor of EE6, 10, and 12 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE6, 10, and 12 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE7, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE7. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just wanted to say that this family engagement agreement seems very exciting to me. I know that Mr. Runcie was involved as well with the Karen Map workshops that are included in this, and she's at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, very renowned in the work that she does on family engagement, and I think it's going to be a very exciting opportunity for our district to be able to work with individual schools and come up with individual plans that meet the demographics and goals of those schools. So, you know, and her dual capacity framework that works with family and school partnerships, with teachers and parents together. This is exactly what we should be doing, and I'm looking forward to seeing the impacts and outcomes of this and hoping we can scale this across the district.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Thank you. All in favor of item EE7 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Aye.
Item EE7 passes unanimously. Thank you. May I have a motion and a second on item EE9, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE9. Seeing none, I have Mrs. Aladeff.
Thank you. I asked a question about whether the plastic weather coverings for the golf carts would be covered under the bid, and staff did follow up saying that, yes, it is listed under EE9. So I just want to clarify, though, if someone has a golf cart now, can they apply to get these plastic weather coverings for their golf cart?
Okay, Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. I'm going to take the first shot at responding because I was the one that responded to the follow-up. So indeed, in this bid, what would have to happen is we would have to know the manufacturer, and I actually verified this. I figured you would bring it up. We have to identify the manufacturer because these are custom-made, and they are part of the bid, and per the manufacturer, we have different percentage discounts on it. So for the new carts, it includes it. For the existing carts at the school level, they have to use the bid, provide the manufacturer, they're custom made, and then the discount is applied to the cost, which is included in the catalog bid, in the catalog online bid for accessories and parts.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. Ms. Levinson?
Okay, my question is on the pricing here on, the page 2 of 2. When you look at the different group items, why do we have both vendors listed as options when they're at different costs? Like if I look at item, group 1, item 1, you have both vendors that have 2 different total prices. Why don't we have the less expensive one for each item?
So we have included as well on the, there's a summary data sheet that was included in your packet, which talks about group 1, item 1, item 2, item 3. There isn't a breakdown of all those items. I guess if you have this document that I have, and I printed 18 copies just in case you might want it, you can see the different brands and manufacturers, which would answer the question, but I would allow Mr. Bays to elaborate.
There's also, thank you, Mary, Sam Bays, Director of Physical Plant Operations. Good afternoon. There is verbiage in the bid that stipulates that there would be 2 suppliers for Group 1, 2 suppliers for Group 2, 3 suppliers for Group 3, and that the lower supplier would be used unless they were unable. So it's.
Oh, so it does say that, because
It
I don't
does,
see
it does.
that.
The verbiage is in the.
It's in the bid.
It is.
It's in the bid.
If I was to read the entire bid, it's in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so we are using the lower cost
Yes,
one.
ma'am.
I mean, because usually you write it as an alternate on here, on the page that gives us. You would write the primary and the alternate. So could I suggest that we do it that way in the future so that we're aware?
Sure, that's fine. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Horn?
Thank you. So, question, this goes a little bit to what I had referenced before, which is the determination of what the historical monthly spend is and where we are going forward in terms of the spend authority. So, in this case, the actual recommendation for the contracts. This was a spend evaluation over 36 months, but there were comments stated that our security has increased. No, I thought it said historical average monthly spend. I looked on the financial analysis
2 years.
worksheet. Okay,
So we didn't have a previous bid to this item, so we were able to capture, it states on the financial impact on the executive summary that
Yeah.
how we've been providing this service to PPO has been with 3 quotes for policy 3320. So we built this financial analysis worksheet based on the purchase orders that we pulled for the last 2 years.
okay, for the
Okay,
last 2
the
years.
new bid is for 3 years.
So that's why it's under the
we calculated
bid period,
based on
36
the monthly
months.
times
Got it.
3 years.
Okay, so, I guess all I'm asking is, because there is a note of the fact that there's been an increase in golf carts purchased due to increased and improved security measures, is the past 2 years the adequate period of time to be able to say what's on a monthly basis? In other words, some of that 2 years is before the tragedy at MSD. Some of our improved security occurred before that date. And so that's why I'm wondering, is the average of that period of time appropriate, or should the average period of time really just be the last 12 months? I mean, our improved in security, that period of time in which we would have started really ramping up the purchasing of cards would have been much more recent than necessarily even the full 2 years. That's all I'm asking.
Yep, so I'll start, and then we have details, if you want to go into the details.
Again, you don't have to go too far into this. I
right.
just want to make sure that you gave that consideration as you gave us your monthly spend estimate.
Yes, I'm sorry. So I think part of the consideration is there was some overlap since the tragedy has occurred. So the historicals does incorporate some element of the influx. The other consideration is, at one point in time, we used to do these forecasts and then build in a contingency.
Okay.
Right? But we've kind of backed down on the contingency aspect of it. So what we'll do is we'll come forward with this and we'll monitor it throughout the contract. And if we need to come back to ask for additional spending because of the uptick, we would prefer to do it that way than to build in an estimated or guesstimated contingency. So again, we're just trying to incorporate what we hear from the board as we bring these forward.
Okay, so there wasn't a correlation per se, because these are really bought at the school level primarily, right? I mean, there's some at the district, but primarily they're at the school level. So there wasn't really a correlation to what the schools were planning to buy, what they had in their budgets. This was really more on the historical spend.
We did, so we took it a step further, and we identified that of the actual spend, more than 60% of the spend was on new cards, on new golf carts. So we did take that into consideration. So if we look at that trend moving forward, we feel that this amount of money that we're asking for may be adequate based on the trend that we saw that were schools buying new carts versus repairing them.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions on EE9? Yes, Ms. Murray?
I'm going to make an assumption here that the schools are looking for more golf carts simply because of the security of the school that we've now established. So is there any way that the monies that we have for our school safety could be incorporated into this budget? Anybody want to answer that one?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm saying, the thing is, with our school security, I know that schools are going to be looking for the golf carts because of the perimeters and the areas that people have to cover. So golf carts will be an important issue as they look for tools to make the job a little bit easier and more efficient. Can we look at the monies that we're getting for school safety to incorporate into some of the expenses if it can be justified for that purpose?
Valerie Wands, the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. As Ms. Marte, our CFO, comes to speak to that specifically, as you are alluding, Ms. Murray, historically, schools purchase golf carts out of their own individual budget based on their needs and the funds that they have available.
Yeah, but today the situation's changed.
I understand.
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Marte.
So through the chair, Judith Marte, Chief Financial Officer, the safe school allocation is, we use in excess of that amount of money to fund SROs, so there are no funds available there. We did not, in the budget we approve dollars, Ms. Murray, specifically for golf carts. To date, I haven't heard any concerns from schools that they needed one and couldn't afford one. They generally would come to me, and if that were the case, I'd go to Mr. Katz, and if we couldn't fund it, we'd come to the board for additional allocation. But I haven't heard any concerns yet.
All right, thank you. Just a thought.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Any additional comments on EE9? All those in favor of item EE9 indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Item EE9 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE11, please?
So move. Second.
Teamwork.
Moved by Mrs. Aladeff, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE11. Seeing none, I have Ms. Korn.
My favorite pod.
Thank you. SOD.
Here we go.
It's our favorite.
Again. I actually had a conversation with Mr. Sarah about this. I know it seems crazy, but if you think about, so we had a good discussion about how does this come forward? How do we know this is all the sod that we need? How do we know that this covers our need? And it was an interesting conversation, and the reality is, We have had, and Mr. Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, we've had the same allocation for sod for many, many, many years. And it is not based on need. It is based on this is how much has been allocated. And the fact that costs may have gone up over time, and the fact that there may be some locations that are in desperate need and the list, you just don't come off the list fast enough, is not something we've considered in this area. Is it a high priority? Well, I guess it would be a matter of what you think. I can't tell you how many people call me and say, why is all the grass dead when I drive by this school? Why are there weeds all over this area of a particular school? Why, when I'm going out to a sporting event, is this what I'm seeing when I'm at the campus? It is a reflection of what we do. And I would like us to consider what the need is. I'm not saying that we cover the need completely, just saying it would be helpful as we spend these dollars to know what the need is. I'm going to ask, I've actually already asked, that we have a larger conversation in general about the contribution that we are making in our area of supporting our sports and some of our other additional after-school type activities. So this is just one item. Did I miss something, Mr. Sarah, from our conversation in terms of bigger picture?
Thank you. Sean Sarah, Director of Athletics and Student Activities. We will be coming forward, I believe it's the first workshop in December, to present a 5-year capital plan when it comes to athletics, or at least a proposal. We have been working with Sam Bays, and his team just recently had a meeting, so everything you just captured is absolutely correct. The big piece about this item is that we have an allocation, and we would be able to get the spend authority so that we can replace sod and grass when it's needed, and try to keep the field safe for all of our athletes and anyone that may be using it, including band and anything else that's out there.
So thank you very much to that. And I think this is one of those areas, we talk about partnerships a lot. I think this is one of those areas where, you know, if there are partners in the community that we can reach out to, many of them say, oh, what can I do? To be able to say, those who are in the field of sod, to be able to say, hey, you can put a sign up in the sod that you give us, you know, with X amount of contribution or something. But honestly, I think there is a benefit, and it has a good appearance. So I'm certainly going to support this, but I did want to just bring it up since it came before us to be able to say I think we need to have a bigger conversation about it. So I'm supporting it as it's presented, but looking forward to more conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional conversation on item EE9? I'm sorry, EE11? I have this EE9 in front of me. All those in favor of item EE11 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ms. Bartleman, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm an aye. It's just hard to get to the meat. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Item EE11 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item F1, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on F1. I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, and mine's a quick question.
Oh, great.
I'm very happy to see that we're expanding the Big Brothers and Big Sisters goals, but having been a big sister, I wondered, did they still continue their background screenings? Because as a big brother or big sister, you are actually having alone time, unless that policy changed. You know, if we were gonna do a big camping trip, et cetera, all that had to be cleared, and you had to be, I think it was, you know, we had our fingerprints, and there were background checks. So if there's any clarification.
David Watkins, Director of Equity and Diversity. As part of the agreement, the volunteers are required to have level 2 background screening prior to being assigned as a school mentor.
Right, and that's strictly because they will have possibly alone time.
Correct.
Right, okay. I just wanted to say that, and it's a wonderful program. I hope it's in every one of our schools, and really appreciate our long-term agreement with them, and you know, can't say enough good things, so good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment on item F1? All those in favor of F1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item F1 passes unanimously. Thank you.
I'm an aye.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. May I have a motion and a second on item HH1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on HH1. I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. Ms. Myrick, I wanted to ask you, with this new position, do you foresee us saving money without having to use outside counsel in the future as much?
I certainly hope so. We certainly will save money now that we have the administrative council in. It is our hope that we will be saving money in the litigation department also, part of it, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional question from my colleagues? Yes, Ms. Korn?
Just to my colleagues, for those of us who serve on the legal services, this was brought before us, and one of the things that we asked was, to Ms. Olideff's point, that after this is initiated and this person does fill this role in a year from now, that we see what has the impact been. So is the productivity there, are there savings, and you know, where they see that going forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? All those in favor of item HH1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item HH1 passes unanimously.
I'm an aye.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second on item II1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on II1. I have Ms. Bartleman.
I think I said all I had to say in the last item. I'm not supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Rupert.
I said it under the other item, so I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item II1? All those in favor of item II1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 Did you get that?
Can we do a roll call?
Ms. Korn has asked for a roll call.
Ms. Aladev?
No.
Ms. Bartleman?
No.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Ms. Good? Ms. Korn?
Yes.
Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
No.
It passes.
Thank you. The item passes. May I have a motion and a second on items JJ1 and 2, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on JJ1 or 2. Colleague input on JJ1 and 2. All those in favor of items JJ1 and 2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items JJ1 and 2 pass unanimously. Just double checking here. I believe we have disposed of all of the items on the agenda before us today, and the last thing we will have is public speakers, which are scheduled to begin at 5 p.m. If there are any public speakers here at this time that would like to address the board now, before we recess to take public speakers at 5, I will allow you to do so. If you are on the list and you want to come up and state your name, you can address the board now rather than waiting till 5 p.m., or you may wait till 5 p.m. Is there anyone here that's a public speaker that would like to address the board? Come on up to the microphone, please. State your name for the record.
Delvin King. Okay, good evening, board and Mr. Runcie. My name is Delvin King, and I'm the Executive Director of Youth Under Construction Youth Center. I'm also a community business, SAC member, and a graduate of Blanchila High School. I'm here to address you today about a couple of concerns at Blanchila High School. Ms. Chippy is an administrator at Blanchila High School.
Pardon me. Can you stop the time for just 1 second? If you could just not make allegations with specific names, but just tell us the information that you would like to deliver. Without the other person here to say their side of the story, we don't allow you to address the board with particular people's names as part of your comments. Thank you.
Okay, an administrator at Blanchila High School has been creating her own agenda and running SAC in an illegal and mischievous manner. She made it her personal agenda to corrupt and change the SAC composition. She received directives from the OSPA office that they don't have to follow the rules set by the state. So teachers were not allowed to vote for teachers to sit on the SAC composition, and also they asked that the community members not vote at the moment. We're going to skip that process because they didn't want us to be a part of the SAC composition. Also, that's just not one issue. Also, within the OSPA office, I've been addressing a couple of these issues, and now within the OSPA office is telling me that I can no longer call there anymore. I have to send my request through email, and they haven't been getting back with me. I have asked the head of the OSPA office to give me a call. I still have not received a call or an email back from the head of OSPA. Also, Mr. Superintendent and the board, I don't know if you have been out to Blanchard High School, but this is an ongoing issue with our bus loop. For multiple times I've asked, what can we do regarding the bus loop? We do not have adequate shading out there. There's about 3 tents and they're falling apart out there, and our kids have to stand in the rain. They have to stand in the sun. It's thousands of kids that have to catch buses there in our bus loop. They double stack buses, so the students are running in and out of the buses all over the place. It's not lined. It just looks a mess out there. I've asked multiple times what's going to happen. No one knows. There's no money in the budget. I don't know if it's going to take somebody to get hurt out there because the tents are falling apart. So I don't know what kind of money we have in place to fix that bus loop, but we need to actually send out a task force. I'm requesting that we can send out a task force to reevaluate that school and some of the projects that are going on there, because again, those students don't even have a media center as of today to go to, and everything is just it's just prolonged. So I'm not sure what they're doing there, what administration is doing there. I don't know if OSPA is correctly representing the school and the students, but I'm asking that you investigate OSPA and the SAC composition, because they're doing what they want to do there, and I really want this looked at.
Thank you very much for addressing the board today. I appreciate
Okay,
that. Mr. Runcie, do you have any comments?
A couple things. I'll start with the last one regarding the media center. It's my understanding that there's a grand opening for that on October 10th. So I invite anybody to come and go and see that. So we've made a significant investment there, and there are other things that we put in at the school. I've personally been there. I know Ms. Rupert and I have been there for the training center, the weight room has been completed. We've invested, as we have in other schools, band equipment. Technology's been pretty significant there. I think there was a feature on Ariadne did on NBC 6, I'm sorry, on the all the stations merged, but it was NBC on some of the programs at Blanche Healy, especially in the STEM area. The issue with the bus loop is really about canopies, and we all know on this board, canopies are a district-wide issue. That is a significant cost, as I've mentioned before, and folks have looked at it. They cost a lot more than what I would ever anticipate. But at this time in the budget, canopies aren't the priority funding that we have, because we don't have funding to do that. So we're trying to continue to fix our roofs, replace our HVAC systems. And as you can see, that work is going on at Blanche Ely. We hope to be able to get the canopies at some point in the future, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we're going to be able to do that in the very near future. But it is on our radar, and we'll work with the school and make whatever adjustments we can out there to ease the issue, but we can't do canopies at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Thank you for coming and speaking before us today.
Okay,
At
quick
this
question.
time, no, I'm sorry, your
Okay,
time has
quick.
expired, and
Okay,
that's
I
not the way
understand
we
that.
do this. Thank you very much. If you have additional comments or concerns, Mr. Runcie, do you want to direct him to staff?
Yes, Dr. Wands is right here, the person you've been looking for, so. Okay.
Thank you. This board will recess and come back at 5 for public speakers. Actually, we're going to come back at 5 minutes to 5 so I can read the script. Thank you.
Thank you.
4:55, and we are back for reconvening the school board meeting. Before I go to public speakers really quickly, do any of my colleagues have any reports or items to bring forth for the superintendent to consider? Yes, go ahead. Dr. Osgood, I apologize.
Certainly, I have an announcement. Today, we were notified that Dillard High School's youth choir won Youth Choir of the Year. So we celebrate Dillard.
great announcement.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff?
I wanted to share with my colleagues that I went to the anguish in the aftermath examining a mass shooting at the Coral Springs Museum of Arts. It broke my heart. Mr. Runcie, Madam Chair, my colleagues, Mr. Katz, Dr. Hickman, and to all staff, I implore you to go to look at the pain in the faces of the students, teachers, and parents, and to hear their stories so that history is never repeated. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional board reports or, yes, Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just wanted to congratulate staff on 2 very successful events, as well as our volunteer groups. We had our parent engagement conference, which I mentioned at the last meeting, had a couple of hundred participants. It was done in 4 different languages. Yes, I thank my colleagues who came and supported, and it was wonderful for our parents and families to be able to hear in their native languages how to get involved to support their student in school. So I want to thank the Parent Community Involvement Task Force, the ESOL department, which is absolutely fabulous, and Family and Community Engagement. And then I also, last Thursday, was it, or Friday, we had the Gifted Symposium, the 10th annual, and I want to thank our staff in the Innovative Learning Department. They did a fabulous job coordinating it. We had over 1,000 teachers and parents, and it was a wonderful opportunity to learn about gifted education. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional? Yes, Ms. Rupert?
I just wanted to give a shout out to Atlantic Tech High School for actually winning the National Blue Ribbon School designation. So, and that was the only school, I think, in Broward County, and Mr. Runcie was saying last night that how many in the whole United States, like 300 or something?
About like 316, it's 300 something out of the entire country, 300 schools.
So that was a great thing for Broward County. So congratulations to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, I just wanted to piggyback on my colleague Ms. Levinson's comments with the parent involvement event. It really was moving to see the information shared in multiple languages. And I will tell you that when you looked out into the audience, individuals, with the apparatus and so forth, people had tears in their eyes over the guest speaker and how it was really touching their heart. And the fact that you can, understand it in your own native language, I think speaks volumes. So I think we should make every effort. I know it's a lot of work, and as Ms. Levinson already said, the ESOL department did a fantastic job, and anytime we can do that sort of thing is really impactful. So probably people that would have normally not been able to capture all the information as it was shared were able to truly absorb it in a way that you could tell really personally hit them. So I just want to thank her for her leadership, as well as Mr. Runcie and staff. Job well done. And of course, the Parent Involvement Task Force, and a shout out to my my appointee, Ms. Alamon. So thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Okay. Yes, Ms. Murray?
I just want to share with everyone, last week I was up in Washington, D.C. with FSBA. We visited the National School Board Association that spent time with us. And then we hit the road running, and we spent most of our time in the Senate and in the House of Representatives talking with various staff members. There were many sessions, so we really didn't get to speak to the representatives and the senators, but staff was very receptive to what we talked about. We talked about the IDEA program. We talked about retention, safety in schools. And someone had a sidebar regarding FEMA, and I reminded them that we still have money owed from FEMA too, because it seems it's the same issue throughout the state. So it was very rewarding. I ran into several of our good friends in the corridor, Debbie Washington Schultz, Frederica Wilson, and it was really enlightening. I go about every 2 years, and I was really, I walked away with a good feeling. We know that IDEA isn't going to go anywhere. I mean, as we talked, we did actually have a session with Commissioner DeVos, And Frank Brogan was there with us and spent a couple hours talking with different issues. The commissioner has a very young staff, and they were very receptive and very knowledgeable of some of the issues that we spoke to them about. So, again, was educating a lot of people, letting them know how we felt, and was very positive. So I was glad that I went, and I figured Broward was well represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I just wanted to basically share with the community. We had a great concerted effort on making sure that our schools were open and available for our friends in the Bahamas. So I just wanted the community to know too, up to this point, we've had over 260 students in Broward County from the Bahamas that we've supported. So I just wanted the community to know that the effort has definitely come to fruition for these families to support them and for their students to be able to continue their education as their families put their lives back together. So thank you.
Thank you. And so it's not my event, but it is happening in my district. So I'd just like to say that November 2nd at Fort Lauderdale High School, District 3 School will be hosting this year's Ed Talk. So go online, visit browardschools.com and register to attend. We look forward to having community partners, parents, educators, students all participate in this annual event. It's a great opportunity to have conversation. Mr. Runcie, I think you had a comment that you wanted to make?
Yes, I received a notice today from Stephanie Williams and Grants that we were successfully awarded $1.7 million in grants from the Department of Justice. They're focused around a couple big areas. One, around threat assessment, so it's Stop School Violence, using technology, threat assessment solutions for safer schools. The other is focused on youth violence and victimization, primarily prevention, interventions, and accountability efforts. So staff will be working on implementing that, and you can probably tell by the description of those that a lot of that work we certainly have in place, so these funds will certainly help us to execute with greater fidelity and resources in those areas. So kudos to staff who worked on securing these important grants for us.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any speaker comments. Any persons present who wish to speak and are not listed as speakers on the agenda may be heard at the conclusion of the listed speakers. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. The chair will call the first speaker, Sandra Nunez.
Good afternoon, Sandra Nunez, teacher from Hollywood Central Elementary. Today I want to talk about teacher personnel files and how this district continues to violate the rights of the teachers regarding the due process and investigative matters. Florida Statute 1012.31, personnel files shall be maintained according to the following provisions. No derogatory materials relating to an employee's conduct, service, character, or personality shall be placed in the personnel file of such employee. No anonymous letters or anonymous material shall be placed in the personnel file. Materials related to work performance, discipline, suspension, or dismissal must be reduced to writing and signed by a person competent to know the facts to make the judgment. No such materials may be placed in the personnel file unless they have been reduced to in writing within 45 days, exclusive the summer vacation period of the school system administration becoming aware of the facts reflected in the materials. School Board Policy 4016 states the following: if an employee refuses to sign the material, the supervisor shall call a witness into the room with the affected employee and ask for the witness to sign the material. Such signature shall indicate that the affected employee had the opportunity to sign the materials and choose not to. Please make sure administrators follow the law and their own policies and stop giving directives that are basically illegal. BTU Contract Article 18, Section 3, no investigation of an employee beyond preliminary inquiry by SIU, Special Investigative Unit, may be undertaken without written notice to the employee. Such notice to include a statement of the cause given reason of the investigation, and I can guarantee you that SIU have launched full investigations that teachers were unaware of. That is basically disgusting. The new trend is that teachers are being investigated based on anonymous phone calls, since when SIU has jurisdiction or supreme legal authority over teachers. Now on to BTU Contract Section 5. Discipline shall be conducted in a manner that does not sabotage employees' rights according to the law and the provision of the contract. So this district and the board, in what I call them the bullies, continue to think that they are above the law and the contract. You continue to violate your own policies, and that is simply shameful. I am encouraging teachers to get a hold of the personnel file, inspect them, and if you find violations, get in touch with lawyers, and make sure you tell Broward Teachers Union about the lack of due process and corruption that is going on. Let's see how they will advocate on your behalf. Right now, we have approximately 25 teachers sitting in the rubber room, and that is basically illegal.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Vivian Cisneros.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes?
I just want to let you know that I've been on the line this whole time in case so the public speakers know I am hearing everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Vivian Cisneros? Vivian Cisneros? Crystal Andrew? Crystal Andrew? Carolina Lavayan? Carolina Lavayan? Michael Sorbola?
Yes, hello, Board, and thank you. Michael Sorbola. I think all of you would agree that little girls someday are going to be able to bring their little light-up Disney shoes to school and not worry about going into a bathroom during a weekly or bi-weekly drill and worry about when the lights are turned off that they're going to get shot. That is going to happen. We all know that's going to happen. So with that in mind, what are we going to do to get to that point? Because right now, incremental change, 5% improvements is not going to get us there, and we can't wait for, even getting rid of guns isn't going to get us there. Error is an opportunity to learn and teach, not to punish and judge. We have the ability to change in a dramatic way, which we've only just recently learned about. When I run out of time, by the way, I'm going to have Chrissy come up. The benefit of having a little bit of extra time is I can tell stories. Last time I was here, I told a story about sanitary hygiene and how in the 19th century, it was a big mental shift to go from understand that germs were causing all these issues. We now have ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, and we have learned from that, plus evolutionary studies that tell us that traumatic stress is the moderator of our evolutionary development and change. It moderates that through our longevity, okay? If you score more than a 4 on that ACEs test, you're going to die probably 20 years sooner. It makes dieting, genetics, all the other things pale in comparison. It is now, we know, the primary moderator. This is a big deal. In California, they're about to move to full testing across the board of all children. We need to, because of our children and what they've demanded of us, we need to step up and not be, the typical Southern last to get the news that everything has changed. We can lead in this in a dramatic way just by stepping forward. We have capacity here through the March for Our Lives kids that can back us in ways that no one can even touch. I want to tell a story about baboons to give you some hope. This gentleman in Stanford, Dr. Sapolsky, was studying baboons on a long-term, like 15-year study. The males, and they're really nasty. He said after all those years, he never really got attached because they just make each other's lives miserable. The males got into some tainted meat and they all died. And all of a sudden, the females took over. They weren't beating up on the babies anymore. Everything was kumbaya. Everyone expected it to revert back. It didn't. It's held stable for the last umpteen years. I'm not proposing we eliminate on the males, being one of those. I don't think that's good. But an alternative is to actually prevent child abuse. And here's the thing. Because those results are so dramatic, there is no way Scientifically and technologically, I can't tell you with 100% accuracy within a couple of weeks when a child has been abused. It's not a minor effect on their behavior or their health. And may I have some additional time from Chrissy?
As soon as Ms. Brazil comes to the microphone and states her name and yields her time to you. Yes, Mr. Serbola.
Thank you, Christina Brazil. I'm yielding my time.
Thank you.
So back to those poor baboons and trying to save all of the males of the species here as an alternative to that. We actually, and I want you to get your minds around this, you cannot mess with a child, whether it's a relative or even they're being bullied. Once it reaches the point where it's affecting their biology, it affects so many different things. It's like a suitcase with a dozen different handles on it. It's not a matter of whether we can, it's how to do it most efficiently. I already have connections with some of the leaders in these fields, from AI to some other things. It's ready to be put together, but it's a matter of getting past this barrier of our own mental situation here, because we've all been shifted into a more self-interest, less group-oriented mentality. And so what happens is we can suffer these things not only as individuals, but as organizations can start exhibiting what's called like borderline personality disorders. When like 1 out of 3, 2 out of 3 people has been traumatized in some way, their minds change, and we're not aware of it. And it's not that they're damaged. When I say change, they're perfectly adapted to the way the world really is, because we've all changed. We tend to be more competitive. In other words, in a world of scarcity, if you have a whole bunch of fruit and competitiveness and danger and change, the best reaction is not to be cooperative, but to compete and grab the fruit and run. If I have abundance and everything's mellow, I need to cooperate and figure out I can't eat all this fruit. I need my pals to build a place to go store it all. Our minds evolutionally are adaptive. That's what happened to the baboons. Once the males were all dead, their brains quickly switched to this abundant mindset, which is the equivalent, by the way, of what we in education call a growth mindset. Okay, so along with the growth mindset are all the positive characteristics. You're going to see kids. We're going to be safe. The little girl can bring her shoes into the schools once we achieve that growth mindset and do what the baboons did, basically. When you're more self-interest oriented, your mind is more competitive. It thinks more in terms of black and white. Things are dangerous. I don't want to philosophize. I want to react. More obedient to authority. This is no time to come up with new solutions. More conservative and less risk-taking. Sure, I've been eating worms for the last 3 months, and I'm half starving to death, and there might be food on the other side, but I might starve to death if there's no food on the other side. I'm sticking with my worms. Less creative, more short-term thinking. I need to take care of now, not worry about 2 weeks from now. I'm almost starving. More fast thinking and reactive. So we are that, organizationally and community-wise and nationally. And we can not only solve this problem that I just mentioned with the little girl's shoes, but we've all been shifted. When we talk about polarization, it is not polarization between Democrat and Republican or between right and left. It's between self-interest and group interest. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Dr. Trudy Jurmanovich. Are you going to be yielding your time, Mr. Flournoy? If you could just state your name for the record and the fact that you're yielding your time.
My name is Ronnie Flournoy, and I'm yielding my time to Trudy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, you need to give her 6 minutes. I'm sorry, Dr. Neesmith. Hold on just 1 second, Dr. Jurmanovich. Thank you. He's waiting for you to start.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My name is Dr. Trudy Jurmanovich, and today I will be discussing the perceived value of the worth of an administrator versus the worth of a teacher. I'm referring to something which already happened today, and it was voted on early today, but I still think it's worthy of being discussed. After a recent Twitter post, some of us began discussing what a monumental difference society and this school board appear to believe is the importance of a teacher versus an administrator. Pay inequity of a school board teacher versus an administrator was mentioned in a Twitter post, and it was prompted by the pay raise, which you discussed today. From the tweet, it said, the administrator will receive $5,500 raise. It would be her second raise above the normal cost of living. In 2017, administrators' pay vaulted from $156,437 to $178,103. The previous raise also came because there were supposedly pay inequities. I think the pay inequities are elsewhere. Administrator's new raise was approved, and her salary shall increase from $185,662 to $191,232. So we did a little calculation. If you look, and we're figuring out not only what she's making, but also what will happen in her retirement. So we kind of estimated what we thought she might have made for her top 8 years, and her total estimated pay would be $1,371,977 for the 8 years, and that gives you an average of $171,497. And when you do the FRS, assuming the person worked for 30 years, they will be making every year in retirement $82,319. That's what they will receive in retirement. In your packet, we also gave you some other information on what a teacher would make. We estimated a teacher, first of all, without a doctorate, and that teacher would probably average out to about earning $58,400 a year. And this was taken from an actual teacher. In retirement, she'll receive $28,032. If that teacher, we had another teacher that had a doctorate, that teacher would receive $67,000 approximately in pay here in the district. And then in retirement, she'll receive $32,160. And that's for 30 years, or for working 30 years. What we decided to do was look at the difference, that what would happen to the administrator versus the teacher in retirement. The administrator will be making $82,319 in retirement, and the teacher with a doctorate would have made $32,160, and so the difference is $50,159 every year. That's the difference. And so if we assume that the people retire at 60 and live for 20 years, which is not unheard of, the administrator would receive $1,003,180 over what the teacher would have received in retirement for the similar time of service in public schools. The perceived value of the job of the administrator versus the job of the teacher is over $1 million after both have concluded their careers. This is not even considering the inequity which occurs during their time as educators. My point is, we're using the wrong model for how we reward teachers versus administrators. A public school system is not a business, and differences in employees with similar educational backgrounds should not lead to such a large discrepancy in pay. I question why any administrator's job is really that much more important monetarily than the teacher who works directly with students every day. We need board members who are willing to step up and change this discrepancy before it drives more and more teachers away from the profession. And I just have time to also mention, it was really unpleasant to watch this since we know that teachers don't have a contract yet. This is not the time to do pay raises for other employees. That's ridiculous. The other thing that you should do is speed those negotiations up. Don't make them go through the spring like you did last year. That's just unconscionable. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our list of public speakers for today. The scheduled order of business for the school board operational meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I adjourn the meeting. Thank you all. Have a great afternoon.